How you doing, Squirrel? How you doing, Clyde? Zaddy, it's good to hear from you. How you holding up, Zaddy? How are you guys doing? Saw your secret project for the Winter Warmer Challenge. Oh. Yes, indeed. Assembling more Marvel Crisis. What an interesting game that is. I know Palmer was into that. I guess he still is. Superheroes Miniatures Gaming. Right? Reminds me of Warmut doing Rumble Slam. I love these things. I don't play enough of games like that. It's always, oh, history. I'm a history nerd, though, but, you know. Good to hear from you, Clyde, by the way. Keep things rolling over there. Get the green guy all finished and on the table. They're ready to bash some heads. All right? Good fun to me. Yeah. This is why we have hobbies. This is why we have communities. Right? You'll be all right. You know it. It's the circle of life. We all deal with it. But it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Oh, I'm feeling better. Still working out of town. Done for the day, says Squirrel. Done for the day. Good. What are you at a motel, hotel? Hanging out? You didn't bring your minis and paints this time. I don't know what you're going to do to keep yourself occupied. Right. Makes us less antisocial. Yes, it does indeed. This is a very personal, intimate hobby of ours. Collecting and painting miniatures as we do. Let's turn down our ambiance for the day. Tell me if that music in the background, if you can still hear it, is too loud. So I usually don't play this playlist. But I'll have it. I'll leave it up a little bit. I'm going to paint some bayonets. Boy, that is quite jarring, though, I must say. Let's listen to the outro. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. And with that, let's bring on a little tavern. music for us. It's 35 degrees, light rain / snow right here on the east coast, northeast coast of the United States of America. And yeah, we're closing in on that big storm or freezing Arctic weather coming on Monday night. It's going to be brutal. It's going to last for a few days. Below zero, cold. Not looking forward to that. Not much snow, though, but yeah. But along with 4 issues, let me read this. Staying at a Hampton. We'll be reading, jotting down adventure ideas. That works. That's good. But along the 4 issues of Knock, even better. Rules Cyclopedia and a tome of adventure design, all of which I have. I don't have any of the Knock magazines, though, which look fantastic. Now, Squirrel, remind me, Knock magazine, is that put out by the folks at OSE? Or is that Carrion Crawler? Or whatever it's called. Something Crawler. Cadaver Crawler or something. I think Knock is more generic. It's not put out by a publisher of any game. It's generic. I know it is. But I was curious if it was connected in some way to OSE directly. I don't think it is, though. I think that's that Crawler magazine, which is, like that. It's a generic game with a focus on OSE, of course. Just curious. Knock magazine. Clyde, hopefully not an ice storm. Where are you, Clyde? Just in general terms. Are you on the East Coast? Are you more Central or West Coast? You must be East. Oh, it's going to get brutal. Just the cold Arctic air that's coming. East, Tennessee. Tennessee. I got a good friend down in Tennessee. Known her for a long time. Tennessee I'll probably be passing through when I travel through the South. Maybe I'll stop by, Clyde, bang on your door. Let's play some games, Clyde. Let's break out Hulk. Mutants are afoot. I'm not sure Clyde would want me banging on his back door there. I never know, though. Clyde, or Squirrel. Correct. Knock is put out by Mary Mushman. By the Mary Mushman. Yep. Doesn't ring a bell. But basic rules oriented, OSE oriented. Gotcha. Well, that's great. That's great. I should get into those. Is it just an e-zine or is it a physical copy magazine? Because that's what I really miss. Physical copies of things. Magazines and stuff. Those were our internet back then, right? I miss the excitement of getting the latest issue of whatever. I don't know of many magazines left that still do that. War Games Illustrated does. I wrote some articles for some magazines. I can't think of what they were. I can't remember. E-zines. Been a long time. A4 size digest. I gotta look into some of those magazines like Knock and what is that other one? Something Crawler. It's a play on Carrion Crawler, but they came up with a new term for Carrion Crawler because I guess it's trademarked. I guess not cadaver. Not crab. Crab crawler. This stuff bothers me, I'm very tempted to break out the internet here and start searching for it. Carcass Crawler. That's what it is. Thank you, Squirrel. Carcass Crawler. What a name. I gotta love it. I gotta look around some of those magazines, see if I can invest a little bit into the one of them, like you did, because it's so useful. I love old school gaming, so man. Carcass Crawler. So catchy. 210 pages of goodness. Yeah, it's a big magazine. As it should be. What is it, quarterly? A seasonal mag. Only physical magazine I get anymore is Wargaming Illustrated. And that's a good one. I get random copies of Wargames Illustrated. Usually sent along by a friend or something. That's it. I barely read them. I don't know why. I'm always squawking about, physical copies, gotta have, the excitement. But, I get it, and I flip through it once, set it aside, and then it just drifts into my collection. I don't actually sit and enjoy it like I used to. So, I don't know, man. I've fallen to technology and instant gratification, I guess. It's hard to break that. So you recommend Knock magazine? You got some links for that, Squirrel. I don't want to keep you busy all night, but when you get the time and your free time, put a link. Just put a link or put the address. Save me some time and effort here while I stream. And I'll take a look at Knock. I know you did a video or stream on it. Maybe I'll go back and look at it. But I am interested in something like that. Something else that'll fall by the wayside and add to the collection of magazines, right? Although this, I think, would be very useful. It's gaming material, so it's not just entertainment. Latest Harn Quest. Do they have a magazine? What do you mean, receive the latest Harn Quest? New little module. I rarely read them when I get them. I go back and dig into them. I need a reference. Wim Fitz. Same thing, Clyde. Same thing. It's the same thing. It's like just having the inclination to, I'm going to sit at my desk with my coffee and kick back. Maybe a little music in the background. Internet shut off or whatever. I'm going to pull out my magazine. I'm going to read for a little bit, half hour, so just relax and drink my coffee. That alone, that activity just isn't normal for me anymore. And it's a challenge to do that. I don't know why. I don't know why. As wonderful of a thing it is. Harn World Quarterly, not the magazine. Boy, you keep up on this stuff. Several different articles for Harn World. Gotcha. We were supposed to play Saturday. I forgot about that. It was last Saturday, wasn't it? Yeah, it was last Saturday. At least I forgot about it. Maybe you guys got together. I didn't. I'm not sure what I was doing. I think I disappeared for the day. As I tend to do on Saturdays, although I'm here today. Sorry about that, Squirrel. I forgot. What do you play mostly? Is that directed to me? Squirrel, feel free to chime in on that. What do you play regularly? Oh, boy, that's a question of a sort for me. Well, Clyde, for me, you might not know. I know a lot of folks know, but I'm in the process of moving. I've got a new little house here on my property. I just moved to a different house on my property. And I just recently, a couple months now, got access to a whole second part of the house I'm living in, which is like an apartment, single floor, got a basement, bathroom, a kitchen, living room that are one, and a room that I'm in now, which is like a bedroom office. But the living room, I've been thinking about converting to a game room. Got my table in there and everything, but it's full of storage stuff, so I haven't been able to do anything. I'm essentially in the middle of remodeling the house, which I had to call off until spring. But a couple months ago, I gained access to the other half of this house that I'm currently living in, with another kitchen and another bathroom and another living room and a entry chamber of sorts. Well, because of that, I've got the opportunity to set up a new game room / studio in the other side of this house. That's what I'm focused on doing, and it's beautiful over there. Just enough room for my 6x4 plus tabletop for miniatures. I got this beautiful table set up for board games. It's just a beautiful little room, but it's perfect. And I'm going to put my studio in there too, so I can start cranking out videos and bat reps and things again as well. So I'm waiting. For the years now, I've been unable to actually play much gaming, miniatures, or even board games. I just don't have the space. I've been able to role play and do that online, but that's all I've been able to do in the past, who knows what, 3-4 years. It's been rough. But now I'm excited. I'm working on my own stuff again, and I'm excited to get back into miniatures gaming and board games again. I've been amassing miniatures and games, so I've got it all planned, and we'll see what happens. This year is going to be a big year for me, and getting back into it. I'm excited, terribly so. That's my situation with what I play. I play historicals, I play a little sci-fi / fantasy. I do all that stuff. It's all one big hobby for me. My favorite, of course, is historical miniatures gaming. Shh, don't tell people. I'm a history nerd. But I love it all. Not much currently, says Squirrel. Working quite a bit. You are. That said, BX, that's Basic Expert D&D from back in the 80s. OSE, which is essentially the same thing, modernized. Or Harn Master, which I had the privilege of playing in with Squirrel just last week. Old school role-playing games. Going to give the Baron's War a go this year as well. Yeah, Squirrel's getting into Baron's War. He likes that medieval / fantasy type gaming. That's what he does. I just recently got a phone line. Actually got a phone line again. Not a line, but a number now for my phone. I've been using Skype for a long time now. I finally, all right, I'll pay for an actual line and service and all that. I just did that, Squirrel. Makes life a little easier for me in a few ways. Try to hide from it, I can't. I went in on the Baron's War Kickstarter. I need to get cracking on that box. Oh yeah, you got into it, did you? Squirrel's doing 15 mil. What is today? Saturday. Let's go see if Nick is around. I keep forgetting. It's a message, Nick. Nicholas Spiliotopoulos, my very good friend from over there in Athens, currently working in the Middle East. You all know and love him as the medieval wargamer. Keeps reminding me to send him a message on Thursday or Friday or Saturday. So let's do it now. Maybe he'll pop in. Send us hello. Christian folk heroes? No. Christian folk healers of Eastern Poland, known as the Whisperers. Anyone ever hear of them? Interesting. All right. Brian, there it is. Oh, Nikolaus. Kind of late for him. see if he's around. How about you, Clyde? What else do you do besides the superheroes? Forget what it's called. I'll message Kyle too. We haven't heard from Kyle. Good old Kyle. I'll see him tomorrow though. Since it's Saturday, open up the chat a little bit. I don't mind. Snagged a darned good condition copy of Rules Cyclopedia on eBay last week. Is that what you got now? So you're talking the original copy, not the print on demand. I had the original for some reason. I remember selling it. I didn't think I'd ever make use of that thing ever again. That was before I knew anything about the OSR. So, but I bought the print on demand version, and I'm glad I did. What an awesome book it is. I think it sets the bar high for even modern games as a reference book goes. Clyde mostly paints. There's plenty of folks like that around here. The painter community. Haven't got time to get in the game. Got a newborn in the house again. Huh? Congratulations on that. After 40, this gets harder. Sounds like my nephew. He had his second kid. It was a year ago now. And got a daughter. Primarily working on just clearing random projects, cluttering the work area. Perfect. All right, well, there you go. I know I have 2 good, great condition original copies. Wow, fantastic. Well, good for you, Skrull. That's fantastic. Well, I have just one. You got 2 of them. Originals. Maybe one of them's mine. Mine was in perfect condition. I never used it. But I had it. What a great book it was. Yeah, let's sell that. Let's put it up on eBay and make some money. I'll never play with this thing again. Little did I know. But hey, no regrets. I'm sure somebody out there is enjoying it and making use of it. That's what I hope. And that's good with me. Flames of War, MCP. That's that superhero thing, right? Is it? Mutant Crisis Protocol. Yeah, that's it. Let's see. KOW. Knights of War. What is KOW? Hold on. Acronyms. Wargamer acronyms. Okay, hold on to that one. Baron's War. Kings of War. Of course it is. I have Kings of War. Why did I not see that? Throwing me off, Clyde. Throwing me off. I-48 Tactics. That sounds familiar. I'm not placing it. Witcher Minis from Monster Fight. ECW. Warlord Games. Pike and Shot. Okay. All right. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good assortment of projects. Keep you busy. I-48 Tactics. That's definitely a... Is it a post-World War II type of game? Like is it 1948? I-48. What is that, Squirrel? It sounds familiar. The Witcher thing, I know. Really want to tackle 1812 stuff, but it's down the list. 1812. I considered doing that myself. What a great project that would be. I-18 Tactics World War II Small Skirmish. Huh. All right. Okay. Gotcha. I-40. I gotcha. Figure it's something World War II. It sounds so familiar. I've probably seen it or heard it before. Let me go back over to Facebookers and double check things. Oh, nothing from Nick. I'm going to wager he's sleeping. It's okay. He'll pop in. He'll see the message if he's around. Today was a pretty good day for me. Woke up out of bed. Making money. It's always a good feeling. Not as cold today. And it's Saturday. Do do do. Do do do. Okie dokie. Latest Hero Quest. Do you play any role-playing games, Clyde? Or any board games? 4th of July. Do 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 do. The latest Harn Quest contains a 10-page article covering Miners Guild, the Miners Guild. An 8-page article covering a Gargan colony. All right, that's those little goblinoids. Okay. And a 16-page article covering a keep in Meldrin. And 2 Atlas Harnica maps. That's a nice little collection of articles. How many pages is it? What did you say? I think you said. As my paint dries up. Yep, dried up. I sat here this whole time, all ready to paint, and got engrossed with convo. For sure. It dried up on me. Tomat. That's okay. It's one of the reasons I come on here, is to have a little chatinsky. Right now it's the only social life I have recently. Let's do some chatting, you guys. I'm losing my mind. Battletech, MechWarrior Traveler, Cyberpunk 7th Seas, occasionally roped into a 3.5 D&D by a friend that likes to run online games. That's not bad. That's not bad. Traveler, I love Traveler. I want to play it so badly. That's on my list, actually, of games this year. 7 Seas is really fun. Occasionally roped in 3.5. That I've been collecting the books for recently. I played D&D 3rd edition. I got out of the hobby and I never had any of the 3.5 books. So I've been collecting them just because, just between me and you. Shh, don't tell Squirrel. But D&D 3rd edition was one of my favorites. I'm sorry, Don't say nothing. But anyway, moving on from that. So you got some online game experience. That's good, Clyde. I do it all the time on a regular basis on my Sundays. 34 pages plus 2 large mappages. Are they fold-out maps? Or just map pages? That's pretty good, Squirrel. Damn, you're all in on Harn. Full color, great art as per usual with Harn. 3 and 3.5 are crunchy enough, but still easy enough. Yeah, I agree. They have a little bit of the old school remnants in them. That's why I like them still to this day. But, I don't, they're not old school games, obviously, but I don't know. I enjoyed it. I enjoy it better than Pathfinder, but we'll leave that alone. Yeah, Squirrel's a big fan of Harn. It's a classless, levelless game, which I love. D100 based, which I love. I wish I still had all my 3.5 books. I'd give them to you. That's okay, Squirrel. That would have been great. I got tons of 3.0 books, but they were all redundant like 4 years after they were published. And then 3.5 replaced them all. But some of the 3.0 books are still usable as written. The setting books, for instance. I own nearly all of them, asks Zadaruk. Did you really? Did you play 3.5? Were you a 3.5 fan? That was a part. I was out of the hobby for almost 10 years. I missed the whole thing. Love classless, says Gerps. Says Clyde. Otherwise known as Gerps. Gerps books on the shelves, but not many want to play those. Yeah. I don't know. Along with the Robotech stuff. GURPS is good, but it's like, to me, it's up there with like Roll Master and games that get very crunchy and technical. And I really tried hard to get into GURPS. I just got to a point where I had so many different reference books building my fantasy setting, my world. It was like, just this crazy. I need to write a book that puts all this stuff together. I just gave up on it. The game mechanics were pretty fun. Crunchy, but yeah. Never caught on with me, though, honestly. That was back in the 90s, I think. Yeah. Whatever edition that was. I still got all my books. I've been getting my 3.5 books from drive-through. I'm curious if I ever really will play it again. For nostalgia. To me, that's nostalgic for me. But whatever. I played 3.5, purchased about 1,000 of the pre-painted plastic minis too. I truly had nearly all of the books for 3.5. Really? You still haven't answered my question. I don't know. Maybe I didn't ask it specifically this way, but did you enjoy it? Were you into it? Was that your jam? Back in the early 2000s. Was that your jam? Just curious. I won't tell anybody, Squirrel. I think back in the day, Squirrel was really into the crunchy stuff. Well, you know what? He still is, kinda. Hardmaster has a little bit of crunch. Hackmaster is a crunchy game. So maybe, yeah. He is into the crunchy games. It's impressive indeed. When you think of splat books, you think of D&D 3rd edition. 1 second, I gotta take care of Walter de Katza. More people playing 3rd and 3.5 than other games, so I could join more of those. Yeah, it's true. Very true. He's not kidding. We had a blast. Folks could ask what book page something was found, and I could tell them on hand by memory. Oh, yeah? That's cool to know. I didn't know that. I didn't know you were into 3.5. Did you play with them, Zaddy? Were you around? Wow, I didn't know that. That somehow makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. I'm happy about that. I'm not alone, I guess, in some way. Zaddy's witness. Huh. So Squirrel's been around the block. And a few back alleys, too. All right. There you go. How do you like that? I think D&D 3rd, 3.5, Pathfinder 2nd edition. I think those specific games right there, they're great. They're solid game systems. They're not perfect. No game is perfect. But they're really awesome, really, if you get into detail and tactical role-playing. But it's definitely a different style of gameplay than a lot of people might want to partake in. I enjoy it, but I can't say that's my favorite style of play. At one time it was. But yeah, it has its followers, and it's a solid system, the D20 system. And I am a fan, for sure. And I'd love to sit and play it again. I played Pathfinder 2 2nd edition for over 4 years. And I enjoyed it, especially at first. But I don't know, it just got a little bit tiring. I think it had a lot to do with the mega dungeon we were playing, which I detest. I don't know why I decided to play a campaign featuring a mega dungeon, but I did. Yeah, very taxing. Now I'm all about Castles and Crusades right now at the moment. I'm supposed to play some of it tomorrow. For some solid old school freeform improv, light on the brain rules gameplay. That's what I'm into right now at the moment. For my old school nostalgia trip. I got some Germans here. I might actually start. Flames of War Germans. Plastics, part of my Winter Warmer Challenge. Hit the Beach box set as I get back into Flames of War. Sehr gut. Hi, Iron Man. Oh, we just had a deep conversation about Harnmaster. Holy smokes. Clyde joined in. Zadarok. It was pretty deep. You'll have to go back and check it out. Watch from the beginning. It's good stuff. Pretty deep. I'm only teasing Iron Man. It was a light conversation. I just got burned out with it. Found other systems. Never looked back. Plus, the table I was the DM for were friends that ended up just showing up because they were afraid to DM. I encouraged them. See Clyde there? I will watch it. You will. First hour. To DM, and they pretty much never spoke to me. They never spoke to me a sense. Ouch. Yikes. Well, that was the end of that. Had your fun, and that was it. Sad truth. What do you want, Walter? I just fed you. Where are you? Oh. Yes, I'll tell him he said hello. Walter Zedarek says hello. Yeah, there you go, Zaddy. That was his way of saying hello back. Coming to pester me for some reason. He's usually pretty quiet. He knows I'm on here chatting away. So below zero coming in a couple days and 10 to 15 miles. Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I'd want to hear about the winds. Temperatures are going to be below zero at night and single digits in the day. And that's before the wind. So I'm very concerned about this wind if it is coming here. 10, 15 mile per hour is enough to freeze everything up. But if it gets like it did, what, a couple of weeks ago now? 20 mile per hour winds? Oh, that's going to be bad. Of course, you're a little bit further out west, Iron Man. Squirrel's going to be in a nice toasty warm hotel room. working in a furnace. Storm? What storm? What is this Arctic weather you speak of, huh? We have rain and snow mix right now, and the cold is a common. Negative temps. Wow. Walter is sending his feline calls of healing to you, Zedarok. Yeah, I think so. What's that? Oh, it's Cooper. He's back in his bed now. I think if I hurry, I can move south real quick. Yeah. Jump on that 10 speed of yours. Get pedaling. While the weather still holds, it won't be that bad. Shelbyville, Indiana. Now you're in Indiana. Okay. Get a hotel with doors to a hallway. Forgive me. Clyde says, forgive me if you've said, are you doing up a specific German unit for Flames of War? I've got my 2nd North Africa, Staffordshire, North Africa Flames of War Infantry Company. Probably. I haven't really thought about it. It's late war. I think last time I collected Germans, I did the 9th, what were they? They were hair troops, of course, but I don't remember. It was a recon division. Abteilung, perhaps? I don't remember. I'd have to go back. I've even got the dice tin and everything. But this time around, I don't know. I might change it up and focus on a particular division. Something not everybody does, like the 21st. That kind of stuff. Something. I have to think about that. But right now, I think when I paint them, they're pretty much, as far as the infantry are concerned, just base, generic, late war Germans. And we'll go from there. We'll see what I do. The only thing I do know is the paratroops I'm going to be focused on are the 82nd Airborne, of course, which is exactly what I did last time. But I'm going to stick with the 82nd. Americans, I'm not sure if I want to go Ranger or stick with the don't know. I don't know. Still pondering it, Clyde, actually. I just got back into Flames of War just months ago. Iron Man, you will have to go way far south because it's cold and snowing down south. Outside doors usually suck. Yeah, that's good. I never stay at a hotel with outside doors. There you go. Travel. Scrolls up on the travel. Once I get this Russian commission done, I'm going to focus a little bit more on my Flames of War. Iron out some of the details. I'm excited, though, Clyde. I'm excited to get back into Flames of War. I've always loved the game. And believe it or not, it's actually a nostalgic game for me, so I got more reasons to play it again. I never thought I'd jump back into it so soon, but yeah, I'm excited. Might play some older editions of the game as well as 4th. I've only ever played 3rd edition, but I have all the 2nd edition books. I just never had the opportunity to play it. No 1st edition, but I have 2nd edition, 3rd edition, and 4th edition, which, to be fair to 4th edition, I only played like twice, and I didn't give it a fair shake. And I want to give it a fair shake this time. It's a little oversimplified for my liking, but yeah, I think I can get into it again and enjoy. And I'm going to get my 8-year-old nephew into it. Actually, he just turned 9. That's right. Damn it, I forgot to wish him happy birthday. Aw, man. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Look back at my messages here. Yes, Walter. Why are you squawking, Walter? No, I didn't wish him happy birthday. Oh, jeez. That was what, the 8th? Or the 11th? Ay, ay, ay. Well. Jesse, if you're out there, come on in the chat. I need to send happy birthday wishes to little Jacob. Planting the seeds for him. He's all excited to get into the hobbies that I'm into. Miniatures. He's got his own 40k army of Necrons because his father plays and paints. But he has never played it yet. I got all kinds of games to introduce him to, one of which is going to be Flames of War, 4th edition. I'm going to introduce him to that. I even gave him some Russian tanks to paint, and he went to town on them and painted them in some wacky camouflage color combination. He did good. So he's eager. He's excited. Well, I'll tell you what, when he sees my table layouts, he'll be like, holy smokes, what is this? Wow. So I'm pretty hopeful about that. He'll also be on the streams with us pretty soon. Oh, what in the world is going on here? Hold on. Hold on, folks. I'll be right back. There we go. He just needed a little babying. Tuck me in. It's cold, human. Life with cats, I'm telling you. Roads get worth further south. Ah. There you go, Clyde. So you played first. Walter wants to chat with us. No, he wants me to feed him and tuck him in. Keep him warm in his bed. My bed. Now he's quiet, see? He likes to lay where I sleep on the bed. And when it's cold like it's been, he wants to be under the covers. So I open it up for him and he crawls in. Now he's quiet. That's exactly what it was. Human, I'm cold. Had a colorblind friend. Boy, I can't talk today. Lavender. Now I can hear the other cat. Chloe, knock it off. What's happening tonight, folks? He showed up at the con with light purple-skinned Janissaries. His bed. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Gotta wonder, man. I gotta wonder. Anyway, as I take a sip from my cold iced coffee, which is still pretty good. And I got Cooper under the desk. Little doggy. He's very well behaved when I do my chats. He must think I'm nuts. He hears me up here talking to myself, essentially. He knows that's when it's time for him to lay down. I give him the ambiance for a restful, peaceful sleep, I guess. It is a Sneakers Tribute Cat Jamboree. It seems that way. You would know. The big headquarters for the catacles. You know what I mean. Pets aplenty. I know what we'll do. I think we'll turn on our... What's his name? What name did we give him? I don't remember the name we gave him. Jeeves? I'm going to turn Jeeves on so I could do a little painting while you guys send along some messages here. Chloe in the background. She's decided to start playing. And Jeeves. La da 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 da. La da 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 da.
It worked. Now I need $100 a month for pills for her. Zatai says. Check Discord general chat for warm kitties.
Okay, Zatarok. Warm kitties. We'll take a look at that. Let me get this one bayonet painted here. Warm kitties. Cats love to be warm. That's for sure. We're on the same page regarding that. La da 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 da. Okay. Do some fittings here. And that should take care of this strip. Yes. There. You can see the glint of the bayonets. That's another strip done. Let's go check it out. Let's go check out some warm kitties.
Squirrel Hermit says. Yes, the clouder is definitely spoiled.
Let me pause Jeeves here for a moment so it doesn't interrupt me. Okay, there we over on the Discord server. Clyde, feel free to join. The link is in the description. If it doesn't work, let me know and I'll put it in the chat. If you want to use some Discord, it's just a little tight community of friends and stuff in the hobby. But it's so much better than Facebook even. This is where we do all our chats, play games. I find all my players from my games over here. And share pictures of the hobby and other things too. Such as the warm cats we're about to see. Oh, there they are. Look at that. Yep. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice pillows. Got a blanket there that looks like the blanket Cooper has. So again, I'm not alone. Yeah, there you go. That sounds like Walter's back at it again. Yeah, they're keeping warm. Can see some kitty loaves in there. There's Ars's cat just the other day. Sir Fluffinsky. While he was painting, that's what he had to contend with. There's Cat's guitars. Watching Columbo. Got some nice food spreads going on. Cat's holiday meal. I'm proud of her for doing that. Yeah, fantastic. Alright, so yeah, there you go. Lumpty doodles. Lumpty doodles. You're welcome, says Zaddy. Whoops, I got rid of the wrong thing. Got rid of me. Hold on. Let me put me back. Where did I go? There we go. Uh-oh. There you go. So ever since I moved out here a year ago, Walter seems to have found his voice. So I have to contend with that like every morning. Sometimes at 4 in the morning. And evidently right now, 6 in the evening. It drives me crazy. And he knows it. Electric blanket. My third cat is in the studio still. He's got the electric blanket. He's got it made over there. He's doing good too. Hi, Jums. Oh, he does that. And he gets twice as loud as that. It's like, what is going on? It's like he's discovered his voice because he never did that before. He's like a cat that needs to be fixed. But he is fixed. It's just like, I don't get it. What are you doing? He's discovered a new way to annoy the hell out of me. That's what it is. He knows I get ripping when he does that, when I just lay down and it's freezing. Here we go again. Yes, the meows are music, like fingerprints on a window from a child. I'll keep that in mind. You could be talking about something and I just hear row and start laughing. Yeah, he's back on the bed again staring at me. I'll do thanks. It's safe for her to lick. Carpentry. Coors. Adolf Coors. 50 cats in her house. Half-inch cat hair over the whole thing. Jeez. Man. When I brush Walter in the summertime, it's literally enough hair to weave clothing for a small village in Africa. Or better yet, Scandinavia. Small Sami village. There you go. Need some cat hair? I've got it. By the bushel. It's crazy. Where does this hair come from? It's like you should at least be thinning out here or something. It just keeps on coming. Cat hair sweaters for all. And whisker paintbrushes. They make paintbrushes out of cat whiskers. Got a cat whisker to spare, Walter? Thanks. LSD dreams for Iron Man when it comes to electric blankies. Wow. I could see how that would happen, Arn. I could see that. A little too warm and comfy. The old subconscious likes to mess around and have a good time. Yeah, I want to join in-depth conversations with our cats when no one is home. I bet. I do as well. We have some great convos, so I hear you. My cats will sit there and they'll just stare at me. I'm just talking away like I got a full crowd. Mentally challenged, and the bank dealt with all her spending. Of course they did. My friend tells her dog stories about what they will do for the day. Yeah, just like that, the message is gone. I was still reading it, James. I blinked and it was gone. What happened? I'm looking at Arn's message now. She was an heiress of the Coors fortune. I read that. Oh my God, what is happening? I gotta try painting the second strip here in a minute. Why does he do that? That's right there, as far as I know. No, it's gone. Gone. Removed. Hastily removed while I was reading it. Mid-sentence. Of course, maybe the video's delayed, so you won't catch it. Because I noticed YouTube logs every comment. Yes, get to painting, Fritz, and they can eat a bag of dicks. What? He does that. He tries to be tidy, which is okay. I get it. Schlinkgan. I never know what he was saying. Tighty man he is. Okay, let's bring Jeeves back in. He could read to me. So work on some grenadiers. Or as Palmer says, grenaders.
Arnman says, "My name is Jeeves. Nice to meet you."
Okay. Hello, Jeeves.
Squirrel Hermit says, "Once typed, once logged. Deleting does nothing. Silly rabbit."
Okay.
Zatyrock says, "Fritz, why are we hearing Jeeves? I have never heard him before."
Well, you're welcome.
James L. says, "Variety is the life of spies."
The life of spice.
Arnman says, "Things that are very interesting."
Things that are very interesting. Not sure what that means. I think my cats just want to play. They're rambunctious. They're running around now, crashing. So that's what that is. It's time to expel some energy. Okay. How you feeling, James? How you feeling today? I think you're just getting up. Kind of late there, though, isn't it? A little extended. Did you go on your walks? Did you go on your walk? I didn't mean to say it plural.
James L. says, "Hello, I am Stephen Hawking's chair and I have achieved sentience."
Ah.
Clyde Dashing says, "LOL."
There you go, folks. Mystery solved.
James L. says, "I have been so busy today and tomorrow I am gonna force myself to rest." Squirrel Hermit says, "Jeeves is being implement obviously, so Fritz don't has tossed staff to read." Arnman says, "Meow." James L. says, I am the very model of a modern Major General.
Okay. Thanks for that, Jeeves. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Zatyrock says, Deeves is the man tonight. Clyde Dashing says, I'm sorry I can't do that, Dave.
Dave. Ah, what is happening? Cats and robots. Feeling robotic today, I am.
James L. says, Daisy Daisy.
Daisy, Daisy. Drive me crazy. Dave? What are you doing, Dave? I can't do that, Dave. Hal? Open the door. Hal?
James L. says, it won't be a stylish Link can't afford a carriage.
What? Jeeves doesn't sing yet. Just learn how to sing. La da 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 da. Right, Jeeves?
James L. says, a load of old cobblers.
What are you talking about, James? Are you trying to make me laugh or what? A load of old cobblers.
Arnman says, James L. says message retracted.
It's forever recorded on video because it was captured by Jeeves. All right, let's give him a break for a minute.
James L. says, whatever pops into his misshapen head.
All right, misshapen it is. A load of old cobblers. Anyway, there, I got another strip done. How do you like that? Take that, Jeeves. Take that. Zadarock's cracking up. You like that, Zadarock? Jeeves makes his occasional appearance. I end up laughing a little bit extra. Kind of defeats the purpose. It's okay. Let me actually plug it in. Are the panzers done? Panzers? You mean panzer? No. They're, well, yeah, they're base coated, camoed up in the case of the Panzer IVs, and I did the tracks, finished them yesterday. They've got a little oxide coloration, and that's good for now. The next step is, I'm going to put them off for a while, but the next step is going to be going back and decals and weathering and a wash. seal. But I don't have the decals yet, so I gotta wait. Which means I could paint the infantry. They're looking good. I'm happy with them. So I'll be returning to them. How you doing, Corey Runyon? Doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and will feeling the dancing of. Oh, it's too bad Jeeves didn't read that message. I turned him off. He'll be back. I wonder if I could copy and paste that. Let me see. Copy text. Let me put him back on and see if he'll sing for us. You ready, Jeeves? Let me see here. Might do it twice. Oh, I had him off. Hold on. Do it again. I'm experimenting here.
Forgan Brush says. 6:16 p.m. Corey Runyon doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and will feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be doing it right. Everybody will be dancing when we're feeling all right. Forge and Brush Gaming says.
Okay, one more.
6:16 p.m. Corey Runyon doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and will feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be doing it right. Everybody will be dancing when we're feeling all right. Arnman says. Played O's last night. My second character took one hit and died. So far 2 characters, Leo and Mio, died on the first hit taken. Now I am playing Neo. Clyde Dashing says. Lovely singing voice.
Okay, let's turn that off before I choke to death. Poor Iron Man. You gotta stop playing so much O's. That's what it is. Died. One hit. Why don't you try playing a character with at least full hit points? Or maybe avoid combat and run or hide? Mudman. A giant hawk. I gotta admit, that would be hilarious, actually. Knowing what I know about Iron Man. How perfect is that? Oh, wow. Hum-de-da-dee-diddle-dee-doo. Got some more grenaders to paint. Yes, grenaders. I don't know what Jules calls it. What if Jules says grenaders or grenadiers? That would be a laugh. Well, we'll find out in a bit, I think, if I can remember. So tomorrow, I won't be online. I'm going to be playing some Castles and Crusades, probably. Most likely. Jesse will be there. Kyle. I don't know exactly what we're going to do. I haven't prepped anything. Of course, you don't really need to prep anything with Castles and Crusades, do you? At least not the way I play. But we're still learning the frickin' game, so maybe we'll just make some characters. Or otherwise learn or whatever the case may be. You guys are typing away and I got Jeeves off. See if I can get this done before my paint dries. Can't have paints drying. That's pretty much what it's doing. One more, one more, one more. Da-da-da. I saw Warmut playing some... What is that game? Zombicide. That game looks so freaking fun. I gotta get into it. If I got the funds, I'll do so. I think that'd be so fun to play. Right up my alley. I love zombie apocalyptic type games. And I don't really have a lot in that department. But yeah, it was pretty fun stuff watching him play. Round 5. Alright. Let me read here. Lovely singing voice. Death from Gaunt. Mudman. My armor class is 17. So, he needs a 17 or greater? We're using ascending armor class here? Is that what you're telling me? That's what I'm assuming. And had 6 hit points. GM rolled 19, yep, and 6 hit points of damage. I became a corpse. Yeah, OSC doesn't have a rule for below zero hit points, because that D&D doesn't. But I know AD&D did, and Castle and Crusades does as well. It goes down to -10, and I could see the value of that. If you think about it, it actually, keeps you alive. At least, you're pretty much gonna die, but it puts a new challenge to the players. That, he might not die. There's a chance he might not die. So it's got this lingering effect that you have to address. I like that. That would be pretty cool, Iron Man, if you implemented a rule like that in OSE. Doesn't Advanced OSE have something like that? It should. For people that want that option, where you linger a little bit and you're unconscious and people have to try and save you and heal you. I kind of like that. That avoids the, I'm at 0 hit points, you're dead. Make a new character, please. Which is cool. I get it. I have no problem with it. But still, it'd be kind of nice to have that negative hit points thing. At least to -10, where you're unconscious and dying, bleeding out, as it were. Because it adds a new challenge to the players. A new concern, as it were. Iron Man, is Dio rolled up for when Neo dies? OEO, I am going through the alphabet. Elephant Pouch Lady was raving about Castles and Crusades. Was she? Or he? She? Well, whatever. Yeah, he actually was. More blank character sheets. It's always nice when the other players care to give you a funeral. Yeah, it is. It's nice. I like it too. We all do a round of shots and take a group pic with the player holding up their dead character sheet. Yeah, you do. Do you still put them on the doorway overhang? So I remember you were doing that with all the dead. The graveyard, as it was termed. 0 hit points, you're dead. That's why I like those systems. All right, well, there you go. Zadaroka's spoken. I can roll up a new character in about 20 minutes. GM works new character in soon to keep it going. The wall is covered with the dead. Just to be clear, Iron Man isn't complaining here. Okay, to be clear. Right, Iron Man? You're not complaining. It's just a fact of D&D life, right? That's all it is. He's stating the facts. And probably enjoying it. You know, keeping that graveyard in business. Well, Dead at Zero is traditional, and it's the simplest way. It's straightforward, right? It's only a real pain when you're like level 1 or level 2 maybe. Once you get up there, it's not a big issue. Somebody will raise you. I like OD&D. That's original D&D, the white box. Every fight matters. Yes, it does. I think you should not fight. Run away, set up ambushes. I think you have to if you're going to play effectively at low levels. You kind of got to do things and be tricky and use your head a lot more. And that's one of the good things about it. And why? Well, because you can die otherwise. You don't want to be hit. Even one hit could kill you, right? So you got to be a little creative and imaginative and tactical or whatever. And I think that's the intention, right? So I like that. And that's why I don't mind Dead at Zero either. You know, you just have to shift gears, that's all. But man, you imagine modern players, new players, the new generation playing games like that? They just don't get that. It's like, what is this? This is too dangerous. This isn't fun. This isn't a game. I'm a hero. I spent 5 hours on my backstory. That sadly is a lot of new gamers today, you know, because of that's what modern games tend to focus on anymore, which is sad. So when they come into this, it's a shocker. A shocker. I'm playing a frontline fighter. There are special players in the game, and I want our magic slingers to get powerful. It will pay off in the end. There you go. That's one way to look at it. My main dislike for 3.5 and 5 aces, Zadarok, is you come out the gate a hero. I like earning my hero-atage title. I agree. I find the greater the backstory, the shorter the character's life. That's one way to look at it. Yeah, focused on the hero. That's true. That's true. You're not adventurers, you're heroes. You're not survivors and treasure hunters. You're heroes. I mean, come on. And, you know, that's just part of modern gaming, really. That's modern concept of gaming. It's become that. Because it's more focused on stories and heroes and that kind of thing. So I get it. And there's room for that in our hobby, too. But let's not neglect where it all come from, you know? The roots of the hobby. You were mere adventurers. You get experience for collecting gold pieces and stuff. I mean, come on. You could die. There's a risk. There's consequences. How many times I had to explain to people those facts. I played a 12-year-old fighter in a GURPS game. We were all children in a village. He demanded a backstory. What? I'm only 12. Wouldn't be much of a backstory. Well, I was born. Got a pretty good toy collection. I hate the kid next door. It's not much of a backstory. Just make up a 12-year-old's imaginative kid's backstory. What would he say? Oh, it would be creative, I'm sure. There's ghosts in my closet, and every night there's monsters under my bed, too. Oh, and that evil teacher. I know the teacher's a goblin. Yeah. They come up with a make-believe backstory like that. Then it would be interesting to play. Imaginary friend named Johann. Maybe some of these stories are true, or become true as you play. Well, that would be interesting. Maybe some evil necromancer has been listening in on the dreams and thoughts of the small child, weaving behind the scenes. Ah, you never know, Iron Man. Could actually put some pressure on the GM to get a little creative, to take your backstory a little serious. Yeah? Might be good fun. Solving the riddle. The Riddler. Riddle me this, Batman. Na 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 na. Batman. Let's paint some little locks on these muskets with a little dabbing. Strategic placement of the dab. Now let's do the tube. Nice and simple. Nice and simple. And we'll flip them around and do the backs. Whoops, I got a little too simple there. That's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to worry too much about it. A little wash might help that if it really bothers me. There we go. Put a little fitting on the side. Excuse me. Right there. There we go. Glint of bayonets. It's taken me forever. It's okay. We're almost done anyway. Next week I'll be putting the finishing. Yeah, I don't want to say that. I'm going to be working on. I'll be starting the flags and basing next week. It's a lot to do, but you guys are going to see that live as I draw the flags by hand and paint them and apply them to this collection of 10 mil, 300 plus collection. Russian army. It's actually a corps of Russians. Gonna be good fun. Slow but steady. Frontline fighters. Great backstory. 12-year-old. I was a 12-year-old who specialized in quarterstaff. Kids are tough. Kids are tough in Outtown. Sounds like Malifaux. Huzzah! Yeah, huzzah. It's be time to celebrate soon. I think it'll take me at least a week to get all that basing done. So yeah, this commission will be done by the end of the month. That's worth celebrating, because this is 2 months at least behind schedule. And it'd be nice to get it out the door. Like I said, it's already paid up and paid in full. They're probably going to see action in February too. I'll be sure he sends me some pics and I'll share them with you guys. I painted a lot of stuff for him and his buddies. Thousands. Literally. It's like seeing my own collection on the table. Something I don't get to see with commission painting. Unless folks send me pictures. Yeah, so that's nice. And then I could focus on my Flames of War a little bit, but I do have another commission I got to jump into as well. And that's going to be more 10mm Napoleonics. Ay, ay, ay. I might be doing some Flames of War. I got a DAC box set starter for Flames of War. It's not mine. It's another commission for Ian. I might start on that while I work on my own stuff. Of course, like I said, I haven't spoken to Ian in a while, so if anybody's heard from him recently, please let me know. Still got to get in touch with some folks about that, but yeah. One more strippage. Is anybody else painting along with me? Squirrel, I know you're not. You're hanging out. Probably reading and making notes while listening in. Zadarock, I know you're working on your project. Probably not as we speak, but you have your Winter Warmer project. Still a mystery, and I like it. James, he's kind of recovering. I think you're still on your break mode. What was I doing here? No, let me close this. I don't need to do this. Bink. Priming and assembling. So Clyde is with me. Clyde is with me. He's getting things done. Okay. James is waiting for an airbrush. So he's got reasons. He's got reasons. Speed run in February. I can't wait till you get that. You're going to have to tell me how it turns out. Eventually I'll get one myself. A speed run in February. Yeah, we'll see. There is no obvious place to glue this floating piece of scrap metal to Magneto's back. Got a floater, do you? Little floater, Clyde? The mysterious floating piece. How you doing, Cal? Listening again while pruning tree. Yeah, all right. Glad I can keep you accompanied. Little ambiance for the pruning today. No problem. I've got you covered, Cal. Got you covered. Good conversation. We've had some guest appearances from Jeeves, my robotic manservant, as it were. Oh, it's a floater, all right. Looks like a time saver, so I could get something done. Maybe. Everything's going to get a spray right down the line. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out, James. You'll be painting 15mm figure details with that airbrush, because you'll figure it out. You will figure it out. I'm up a ladder at 20 feet. Hello! Hello, Callie! Doing a little pruning. Oh, you probably got your earphones on. Nobody hears me. This is my manservant, manservanta. Perfecto. Magneto. That reminds me of the Messer Chups. I was listening to the Messer Chups last night. Little Messer Chups madness. They got a song called Magneto. Magneto. Look up Messer Chops. I think it was James that turned me on to the Messer Chops. Is that right, James? I think it was. No regrets. I haven't looked back since. Love them. That beautiful Russian lady on her big bass guitar. Affectionately known as Zambarella. Yeah, let's not take it for granted. Cal is up on a ladder 20 feet, so watch your step, Cal. Gotta keep that in mind. That's a new one. I don't think I've had somebody listen in while they're pruning. 20 feet up in the air, no less. So that's a new one. Turn on some heat here. In the middle of an apple tree, completely safe. Pruning an apple tree. Are they little crab apples? If anyone has the alchemy, it's Sir Mix-a-Lot over here. Sir Mix-a-Lot. Oh. So yeah, I think Nick is sleeping. I invited him in, but I think he's sleeping. Busy man he is. We'll get him in here. Once again. Just keep pestering him. Wake up, man. Wake up. Everybody wants to hear your outlandish accent. And manly voice. Right? He knows I kid. We used to ball a lot of trees, if you know what that is. We used to do that quite a bit. Which takes a little bit of an artistic touch to do properly. But we did some pretty big trees. Did that down here in PA as well as Massachusetts. Some big ornamental trees. Japanese maples and stuff. It's a good time of year to prune and trim your shrubs and trees, actually. Fall. I meant to say fall is the best time. Spring as well. But the best time to do all that is fall. Right when they're going dormant. And they'll come back the following spring much hardier. So if you're out in California, I could see why you do it now. Northern California. Or down there where James is. It's kind of late to do that down in Australia, I think. You're in your summer. So yeah, when it's the equivalent of fall. That's probably the best time to do all your trim and cutbacks and all that. It's better for your plants. It's also a good time to transplant plants, i.e. move them to a different location, dig them up, that kind of thing. They're more likely to take root properly, and I mean, they're dormant after all. I was supposed to do that around here this year, and I didn't. I got some nice bushes I want to move. Actually, I don't know exactly where I'm going to put them yet, as I do a little landscaping. Jesse's the most knowledgeable with that stuff. I learned from him. He knows all about that stuff. Do. Below 20 feet, be safe, cow in the middle of an apple tree. I used to hedge perfectly. Oh, yeah? I hated trimming back hedges. Oh. It's so freaking messy. Winter is best here. Yeah? Out in California? Huh. Was just watering my citrus. It's summer where you are, James, right? Yesterday, when I was muted, I was talking about how different the landscapes are out west compared to the East Coast. And I've just, it's fascinating because when I was first out in California, this is SoCal, you know, the place that's burning down currently. You know, it's like they don't have lawns, for instance. They have just rock gardens, essentially. You see a lot of that. And heat-resistant type things like cactus, all kinds of cacti plants in their landscapes, obviously. It's a whole different ballgame. And I remember looking at that and how would I approach landscaping these places? It's a whole different style and different plants altogether from what I'm used to. Even the houses are different. All the terracotta houses, terracotta roof houses is just so different. For many plants in North California, what did I miss there? Winter is best here for many plants in Northern California, but you can do stuff from fall to early spring, depending. Really? It's because the winters don't get that bad where you are. I mean, it's how cold does it get? I mean, imagine it gets pretty cold, but typically, what is it? It's totally different than what I'm thinking. But you say SoCal and Northern California aren't really that different. La da 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 da. Give me an excuse to buy some Peter Pig figures. Well, for one thing, you should get the Beckus model, which you can get as that addition to your collection. I would love it. I don't know anyone that's bought it and painted it up, but if I was, I'd make sure I'd get it. Our good friend Beckus. That would be pretty awesome if you got something from Peter Pig and included that model. Made a little diorama out of it, put him on one of those 1-inch blocks, a little scene where he's directing traffic or something. That would be pretty cool, James. There's one reason. Their World War II range is absolutely fantastic. Their English Civil War range didn't impress me as much, but yeah, it's another reason to collect them for English Civil War period. Peter Pig makes beautiful models. Well detailed. Details that stand out from the model so it's easier to paint. Raised edges, as we call it. You should at least have a few of them. I have a few from my ancients. Actually, I got some Roman Peter Pigs. Because everybody should have them. They're kind of small. I think they might go along with the Essex, although the Essex are a little bit chunkier. Paint a unit of abyssal dwarves. Oh, I forgot I have them. Next challenge, and it's yours. Oh, yeah? Would you do that, James? I forgot I have my abyssal dwarves. I got 2 of them put together on my shelf. I forgot all about them. Oh, I'm definitely going to paint them. I will remember that. Keep that in mind. Our low might be 25 degrees. That's cold. However, we are along the coast. Nice weather can trigger budding. Huh. Then we turned to cold again. So that can be hard on buds growing. Oh, it could be a disaster. Well, that's pretty cool. I didn't know you were into the landscaping thing, Cal. I've done a lot of landscaping. Although my forte was hardscaping, as we all know. I like working with rocks. I'm a rock man. But I did all that stuff. Like I said, Jesse's the one that knows all about the times and the fertilizing and the proper things to do this and that. He knows a lot more than I do. Yeah, we'll have a landscaping episode. How to ball your trees. The proper time to cut back hedges. Later in the year when you're not busy. Yeah, James. I'll keep that in mind. That would be nice. That would be nice. Makes me think of Ian for some reason. Ian, if you're out there, I don't know. Let us know, my friend. If you wrote something, I missed it. I did landscaping for a decade, but I also grew up on a ranch and have an agricultural degree. That's epic. I did not know that. Well, I've got a new respect for Cal. That's fantastic. Fantastic. That's something new we can discuss and talk about. Well, the landscaping episode. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm thinking about it every single day, James. It's bothering me. I'll have to bring it up with some folks that I know on Facebook that are over there. I talked about that yesterday. I'm going to mention it and see if we could get some information. Because a lot of people would be concerned if they knew. And they might be able to find out better than me. Or Nick. Life-size terrain. Yeah, he is. Landscape and knowledge comes in handy when you're making your own terrain. You have a better appreciation and you got a better idea of what things look like. It's true. I learned a lot of stuff. My degree is basically worthless, however, Cal says, as far as employment. And I do pest control now for 22 years, residential and for plants a bit, mostly trees, tree worker. He could have just had a... Could be. Yeah, but it's been a long time. It's been over a month. James, it's been over a month. That's just... Considering his situation, why would he not say something? Because he'd know we'd be worrying. He knows we would be worried. He knows I'd be worried. Why would he do that? I mean, how impossible is it for him to get in touch with anyone? Or even just to look on Facebook? Because he would casually go on Facebook and you'd know when he would look at things and like something. But I haven't seen that at all, so... Not that I'm mad or anything, but, you know. What was I going to say? I worked for a tree company up in Massachusetts as well, a big tree company, you know, with a big fleet of trucks and all this stuff. They did a lot of lot clearing, and I worked with them. Now and again, the landscape crew, I was the foreman of the landscape crew. And now and again, we'd have to work with the tree crew, which were basically taking down trees. And I'm telling you, there's no harder work than being in the tree business. And man, is it dangerous. But it's fascinating to see how they take trees down in a backyard, for instance, where there's power lines. I mean, the main guy will climb up there. He's got ropes and cables and pulleys. He knows just where to hook the trees. He cuts them, and he knows how to release them just right so they fall. They guide them to fall in certain locations. It's just amazing. And then the ground crew will cut them all up, and then they cart them off to the chipper and throw them in. I did that a few times. Almost fell in the frickin' chipper. It's dangerous, man. But, yeah, that is hard freaking work. And dangerous. Well, we'll see. He lives in Yorkshire, in the UK. I have his address. I might even have his phone number. I'll have to go into my records, my PayPal records, and PayPal records, and find out, get his address to his house. Because I do have his address. He sent me stuff too. I might still have the address that way too. I'd have to look around. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get in touch with some of the other folks that are over there in the UK that know him, like Dredd. They might be able to look into it a little better than I can and look up and see where he's at and what's become of him. I haven't really spread the news much to a lot of folks yet that I know would be concerned, outside of Nick, actually. And that's it. Even Nick's trying to get a hold of him, but he's not. I don't know how he would get in touch with him. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's going to the UK. Yeah, that's another possibility. But when is he going? I'll have to ask him about that, because that might be a way we could find out. If Matt wants to do something like that, he might be able to look into it. I don't think he's ever been to the UK, so it might be a tough ask. But his wife has family there, so there's a link. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll mention that to him. I don't think I've really told him about Ian. He'd be quite concerned. Who knows? Maybe I'm making more of this than it is. Who knows? But we'll see. Okay, let's do another 2 bases here. We're making good progress, Squirrel. Pushing on. The cats are behaved. Jeeves is relaxing. Got some good combo here. It's warming up again. I could get some things painted. How amazing. Wonder what's for dinner tonight. I know, potatoes. Oh, I do love my potatoes. I saw a recipe for oven-fried potatoes and onions. It was very eye-appealing, I must say. Pretty straightforward. Some interesting ingredients I wouldn't think of normally. Maybe Zadrock would. But I posted that over on the homesteading channel on my server. I pinned it, in fact. You can check it out, Sadie. See what you think. Just a way to fry up your potatoes and onions in this case. In the oven. Looks simple enough. I know it looked good. That's why I saved it. I didn't actually go into the process. I looked at a few ingredients and said, yeah, that's different. I'm going to save that. I'll look at it again. All right. Okay. There's another strip. Ba-da-da-da-da. Dun-da-dun-da-da. Oh, this is so many bayonets to do. The Jaeger, which I'm going to do last, they don't have their bayonets fixed, so it's a little less surface to have to paint. So I'm thinking that's going to go quicker. Having a bronze off with Nordic. Where is Nordic? Nordic. Let me look at my messages. Ah, there he is. Mr. Elephant Man. Lace and steel. How you doing, Clyde? Clyde slid into the server there. Let me make sure. Let me give you a roll, by the way. Let's give Clyde a grognard status in the community here. Thanks, Clyde. Check it out. It's pretty interesting stuff we talk about over here, and it's all cool. Everybody's cool over here. It's not a big server or anything, so everybody genuinely gets to know each other. Comparing bronze paints for bronzeness, bronzitude, and bronzosity. Can always do with motivation of seeing other people's work. Yeah, I got a channel there for the Winter Warmer. That's our painting challenge. Runs through February. By the way, folks, please post your pictures of your progress. I want to see them because I'm making that montage at the end of February for all the participants to show off everything you completed. Includes you, James. I'm going to mention you in the montage. Old Stephen Smith is making progress. He's going to be in it. He's doing a lot of work there. Specifics of the challenge? Let me make the thumbnail bigger. Yada da 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 da. The Winter Warmer Painting Challenge, December 20th through February 28th, 2024 to 25. Basically, the Winter Warmer Challenge, it's something we started years ago. We did it like once, And it was named by Stephen Smith. You might know him on YouTube. Great guy over there in the UK. A real good friend of mine. He named it. And we only did it like the one time, if I can remember. And basically it runs 3 months during the winter season. It's basically a chance. The main theme is this. The idea is if you've got models and units or figures that you have set aside earlier in the year or even longer that you've been meaning to get to, you've been putting it off forever, that's what the Winter Warmer's for. It's a time to finish off those models you may or may not have started. For me, for instance, I got Hit the Beach months ago, and I put them together, but I set them aside and didn't do anything with them. So the Winter Warmer's perfect. It's my chance to finish off, and that's my challenge, finish off the box set for Hit the Beach, for Flames of War. So I intend to do the whole box. That's my challenge. And that's kind of what it is for everybody. But that said, it could be anything. There's really no fine specifics. At least this year there isn't. So if you want to catch up on something that you've been meaning to paint, whatever the challenge might be for you, we've got a month left, month and a half left. That'll be your challenge. There you go. Post your progress over in the Musty Wargamers. Just tag me. Or over in Tabletop Commanders forum on Facebook. Or in the Discord server. In the Winter Warmer channel specifically. Just post your progress and what your project is. And I'm going to collect all these pictures and the folks that are doing them. I'm going to put them in a montage at the end. There's no big prize or anything. It's just a little awesome way to get things done, a little challenge. And we're going to do another one in the summer. Somebody come up with a great name for the one we're going to do in the summer months. Actually, I should have wrote that down. I think it was Nordic that come up with it. But whatever. We're going to do another one in the summertime. Same idea, except the theme is a little bit different. It's a time to start new projects and new things. Finally get to those new projects maybe you're just getting into. That's what that'll be. But that's a different one. And we'll try and do these every year. All right? We want to do this Winter Warmer every year. Because it's fun and it does get things done. And it's open to everybody. Kat, she's painting a portrait. She's going to finish her canvas art that she's been working on. Zadarock, she's doing a diorama aquarium thing. Right, Zadarock? It could be anything. It doesn't have to be, models and miniatures. Ideally, it should be. But, it could be whatever you want. And no, Cal, it's not about getting your blades sharpened on your chainsaw finally. That won't cut it. You've been putting that off, you have. But that's not going to be a Winter Warmer challenge. You know better. Cal's an outstanding painter, by the way. He's taking a break currently during our challenge. He's got him in spades. I still have 31 mounted. Bouncing around with the chat here. 31 mounted to finish when I get home. Yeah, you've got plenty of time. Plenty of time. I'll get some painted by the end date. Cal will. Plenty of those in spades, of course. Small pile. I'm sharpening my loppers. That's not going to work, Cal. Come on. Zadarock is definitely using 28mm miniatures. Yes, that's true. That's true. That's another little hint. She's not revealing what her project is. So if you see a picture in the server that's like this pixelated blur, like, what is that? It's on purpose. She's going to keep it secret. And I'm going to put those in the montage, by the way, Zadarock. There will be some blurry pictures, little hints that'll carry through the montage until the very end when it's all revealed in some spectacular fashion. Maybe I'll put a little special music and fireworks in it. It better be good, Zedarok. We're counting on you. I think it's going to be fantastic. If an aquarium is involved, it's going to be epic. Right, Squirrel? Squirrel knows. Lasagna for lunch, says James. Some men just want to watch the world burn. Oh, James. You're cracking me up today, James. What's going on? You must be feeding the pet monkey over there. James has a little trolley that he puts all his paints on, and he drags it around behind him whenever he does his painting. All his paints and brushes are on this little trolley, and there's a little monkey. He's got a pet monkey who keeps all the paints sharpened, the brushes wet, everything organized. Whenever he needs something, shlink, he gets a little paint. Gets just what he needs, right? Pet monkey. We need one of those, James. I need one of those. It's pixelated because Zaddy and Squirrel are frolicking on it in miniature, wearing fig leaves. Oh, the fig leaves. Okay. Is that what it is? There you go. There you go. There's another little hint for us. Let me get this picture off the screen. Let's put it back down here. Shlink. Oh, it's still too big. Hold on. Let's make that a little smaller. Just a little bit. The Winter Warmer Challenge. The bathroom shelf rolling hobby station. I just have this visual of a little pet squirrel monkey who sits up there. He's your little pet. Keeping things in order. Your assistant. Yeah, that's what he does. He does actually have a trolley, and he does keep all his paints in that. It follows him around. James is a creative fellow. More like palm leaves. Fig leaves won't cut it these days, right, Squirrel? Time to break out the palms. Fashion some breechcloths. With vines and palm leaves. Oh, it's getting colder here. I bet it is. It's going to get colder here where I am. Watermelon Zaddy. Squirrel with his modesty. I need to rotate paint. Use a bit more. Ay, ay, ay. .34 degrees. Rain and snow. It's actually not too bad here. We're at 3 hours almost. Wow. You guys make the time pass. What a joy. I got a picture of it here. I'll show off in a second if you've missed it. Time is fun when you're having flies. You threw me off there, Clyde. You threw me off. Gotta admit. Been at 32 here. this morning. Huh. Temperatures are very similar then. Someone roll a d6. All right. Here we go with Squirrel's dice rolling. You know what that means. When he starts talking about rolling dice, hold on here. Let me roll this. Everybody stand back. I got this. Whoever else wants to join me in rolling a d6, please put the result of your roll in the chat. In any case, I'm going to roll mine where everybody can see my fantastic roll. I am a sheer genius when it comes to rolling d6s. Cubes of wonder, I call them. And I got a 2. Not so good today. I got a 2, Squirrel. Granted, I was a little bit off my game here. A little bit distracted. It didn't roll properly in my hand before I released. But there it is. We got a 2. Plus, I don't use the blue dice. It should be the red. Clyde scores a 1. Oh, James got a 6. Like most X40K players, I cheated. So jot that down. Fritz got a 2. Clyde got a 1, even worse than me. I feel pretty good right now. And of course, James steps in with a 6. A 6. Imagine that. You weren't so lucky in my I almost said Frostgrave, my Dragonbane game, were you? Oh, I'm coughing like crazy all of a sudden. Well, Squirrel's going to get back to us. I'm almost finished with the painting, by the way, but I am almost finished. So let me put a little dab of silver on there. 55 degrees outside right now. All right, I'm going to bring in Jeeves. Jeeves, take it away, my friend. You can read to me as I do this final strip.
James L. says, "Rest assured I would have lasted another whole 5 minutes."
Maybe. You were distracted. You had things going on at the house. You didn't know what the hell you were doing. You poor elf. In the middle of the combat. It was both grim and brutal.
Squirrel Hermit says, "For the first 20,000 GP worth of treasure burgled, the dragon's breath is at half strength."
Huh. Half strength. Was that because I rolled a 2? What I've always
James
wanted
L.
to do.
says, "A guy always have things going on at the house. Hashtag millennial. Hashtag send opium."
James and his hashtags.
Squirrel Hermit says, "The next 20,000 GP worth of treasure burgled, the dragon loses 6 hit points."
Huh. What in the world are you doing? What in the world is Squirrel doing there? He's got one of his games out or something. Or he could be messing around with his rules cyclopedia, looking at the random tables. He's up to something. He's putting something together. This burgling madness. What is this burgling? Didn't know we were going to be burgling. Dragons' hordes. Such madness.
Squirrel Hermit says, And the next 20,000 GP of treasure burgled the Dragon L. Squirrel Hermit says. Loses 1d4 AC.
Huh.
James L. says. You mentioned you like Slaanesh. They finally did new Noise Marines.
Oh, did they? Yeah, Slaanesh. Is it Slaanesh? Yeah, Slaanesh. Yeah, I'm digging Slaanesh. I haven't seen the new Noise Marines. But yeah, I think it's about time. I like 'em loud. My sisters of battle will enjoy silencing these beasts from the pits of hell. There. It was something I was going to do before I rolled that die. It wasn't what I'm doing now. I can't remember what it was. I had to get up for something. What the heck was it? There's an extra strip. I'm on a roll here. Doing a few extras.
James L. says. I was always an Eldar and Imperial Guard guy, but neither set my world on fire. ATM. I think Sisters might be the most 40k faction.
Yeah. I don't think there's any good guys, but I think the Sisters of Battle come the closest. I mean, there is some redemption to them. Truly, humanity's best warriors. Not like the Space Marines. Space Marines are all genetically altered. They're not even human, in my opinion. But Sisters of Battle are human.
Squirrel Hermit says. I like the Grey Knights.
Yeah, they're potent too. They're psychers.
James L. says. My sci-fi needs are mostly attended by alternative armies these days. Got some Ion Age guys on order.
I saw a guy. He's showing off his collection. I don't know if I wanted to share it with you, James. But I thought otherwise. He's working on a...
James L. says. Grey Knights chill and have a sesh with Eldar in the lore.
Anyway, he's doing a 40k army in 15 millimeter. And I guess he's 3D printing them because they look exactly the way they should be. The Terminators and Space Marines. But, yeah, isn't that illegal? You can't. I don't know how he's doing it. But that's the only reason I didn't share it with you, because I know you're not a fan of the models. But he's doing it in 15 mil. And it's beautiful. He had rhinos, a Land Raider. And it looks just like
James L. says.
GW
yeah.
models. I think he even made up his own chapter.
James L. says. Chinkinators.
What happened? Chunky Nighters.
Squirrel Hermit says. 15 millimeters is the way.
It's one of the ways. I like to branch out. Squirrel loves his 15s.
James L. says, people doing 15 millimeters are usually sizing up pre-epic 40K STLs to 15 millimeters for extra chunk.
For estrogen?
Live Dashing says, if I 28 millimeters game, it'd probably be ACW since I've not a drop of them in any scale.
Alright, let me turn him off because he's bugging me. I've not a drop of them in any scale. Good ear to drop a scale too. Extra chunkiness. They looked really, really nice. I should have grabbed the picture and posted it. But I don't think you're interested in it. If it looks too much like 40K, you probably don't like it. So I was kind of torn. Every time I share something, you're always telling me, yeah, I'm over it. It's like, okay. I don't know if he sounded like that when he says it, but be a nice change from doing these stupidly large Marvel minis. Yeah. How big are they? They do look pretty damn big. What scale are they? They're huge. They're like freaking action figures. There are heaps of free Epic 40K STLs out there. Oh yeah? Maybe that's what he's doing. Epic 40K. I should have looked closer. If I find it again, I'll post it. Just so you could yell at me. Yeah, I'm over with it. They just scale it up for the printer. Yeah, that's right. Still, is that legal to do? Can they even do that? Good question. I think they're 40 millimeter. 40 millimeter. That's huge. I could believe it. And I think that would be appropriate too for that type of game. I mean, you don't need much. Let me plug this in. Hulk was way larger than I was expecting. He's easy to paint though. He's a big green guy. With some trousers torn. Right? Unless you got more going on. GW can huff my frequent... Okay. There you go. That's how James feels about it. Right there. We'll screenshot that. Yeah, get a screenshot. Go ahead, folks. Take your screenshots while you can. Yada da 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 da. Truth is out. Eh, 40K is okay, but is the setting for Your dudes not chasing the latest meta. Yeah, screw that. Screw the meta. Oh, there's Maelstrom. How you doing, Nordic? Nordic, do you remember that name you came up for the summer painting challenge? I think it was you. Do you remember what it was? I did not write it down, but I really liked it. Somebody come up with a good one. We had a bunch of good ones. But I think it was you. I could be wrong. It could have been Rosemary, now that I think about it. Summer Cooler. Is that it? Summer Cooler? It doesn't sound as exciting now. Summer Cooler. Summer Cooler? Is that it? I'm going to write it down. Because it was like the winter warmer. Then you got the summer cooler. Yeah, I do actually like that. I'll write that down. Summer cooler. Maybe I'll use a K instead of a C. Sir Fritz. See if I wrote it down. A lot of stuff about Gorgons. Behind the Claw. Summer Chill. Summer Chill? Maybe that's it. Summer Chill. That sounds good. Maybe that was it. Summer Chill. The Summer Chill Challenge, folks, coming up 2025. Probably in June. When would it be? March, April, May, June, July, August. August? I don't want it in August. September, October, November, December. That's not too bad. 4, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm trying to do the math here. I'm trying to space them out proper. August is too late. I'll do it in June. March, April, May, June. That's like 4 months after the one we're doing now. That'll last 3 months. So June, July, August. It'll end in August. And then September, October, November. And then December is the start of the next winter warmer, which again is 4 months after the last challenge. So actually it's good. So we got one that starts in December, one that starts in June. 4 months in between, right? March, April, May, June. September, October, November. Well, it's actually a little bit longer for the winter warmer. That's okay. Something like that. I'll figure it out, folks. Don't worry. Sizzling sable sassafras. Too many S's in there. Are the weather people calling for snow up your way, Fritz? Not really. Getting a little bit. We're getting a little bit, like even now as we speak. But nah, we're not going to have a whole lot of snow. It's mainly the temperatures that are just going to put me in the freezer. 5 to 8 inches of snow tomorrow here. Really? God, maybe I should double check the weather. Fritz, I found out yesterday that the next game being released from Operational Studies Group, OSG, is the very first game of the series, The Coming Storm, Jena. Eilau in that one. Oh, really? Boy, what a great series that is. One of these days, I'm going to pick up one of those games. Great series if you're into Napoleonics. Full battles. What's his name? Kevin Zucker? Is that right? I get him confused with Zuckerberg. I think it's Zucker. It's been around forever. I wrote a school paper about Jena. And I think my teacher marked me down because she was bored. You bored the teacher. Yikes. Kevin Zucker, that's his name. Makes the game, yes. Charlie Kibler doing the maps. Yeah, beautiful maps. One of the best map makers around. I'm going to do 2 more strips. I got 6 left after this. I could sit here and finish them all off, but that's going overtime. I don't want to go overtime. Time is it? It's through 7:30. Yeah, I don't want to push myself that much. You guys can come into the server and paint. We got a late night crew, I think, including Nordic. And I think Matt that comes in and paints afterwards. Right, Nordic? Once in a while, you guys I see in the channel there. It's usually Matt and Nordic, James sometimes. I think Warmut was in there last night. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he was in there. Did you guys actually get some stuff painted, or are you just jibber jabbing? Not that there's anything wrong with jibber jabbing. I got servers for that too, or channels. Nothing like some gibbers, blabbers, blabbery. Okay, hold on a second. Putting the final touches to these guys. There we go. There's 3 more. I got 3 more to do. Closing in. Oh, I don't like that. I do not regret getting into the OSGs. Great battles, American, great campaigns of the American Civil War and OSG have the best maps in the hobby. In similar games, really, at least in level of play. We're usually chatting for hours. Yep. Mutt and Matt rekindled their friendship. Oh, did they really? Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. I forgot about that, actually. Huh. All right. Well, that's good to hear. We just chatted. All right. That's okay. How do you like that? Well, that's really good to hear. I'm glad. I like mending little fences here and there. Thanks to my wonderful server. Bringing folks together. Ah, there she is. There's Adora Moon. How you doing, Rosemary? Rosemary and Byron. Byron, too. Byron is driving. All right, let's be careful out there. Look out. Byron is behind the wheel, folks. All right. I know Byron. He's into those Jeeps. He likes to go off-road and do some climbing. You never know, Rosemary. Hold on tight. Put that seatbelt on. Byron gets behind that wheel. You never know. He might get the urge. Suddenly you're flying off the road, doing a little off-roading. Right, Byron? You know it. Gotta keep an eye on him. Keep him strapped in. Out of control. Time for rest, says the squirrel. Whoops, says the squirrel. You folks have a great evening or day. All right, squirrel, you be safe and take care of yourself. Keep warm, man. I hope to see you soon. You hang in there. You and Zaddy. I appreciate you guys. Love hearing from you. Keep the faith. I could go on all night. Not too bad tonight, Rosemary. Night Squirrel from Clyde. You know, I plan to get a Jeep too, so we can off-road and help each other out when one gets stuck. Yeah, of course, as you do, right? Makes a lot of sense. You got a lot of places down there? I'm sure you do. Down in Florida for some off-roading, mudding, rock climbing, things like that. I know a few people that got some communities off-roading, Jeep folks. Jeeps and trucks. Yeah, we used to do that. I just never thought about down in Florida. You must have a lot of good places. Got to watch out for those alleys. Those alleys hanging out. The swamps there. Look out. Kind of risky business. Risky business. Adios, James. James, take care all. You leaving, James? All right, James is going to take a break, I guess. Rosemary, you can have the Jeep, but I got dibs on the tank. There you go. Nordic's calling it out right now. He's got the tank. Clyde, Gators chomping your Jeep tires. Yep, can happen. They'll tear it up. If Byron could have a tank, he would. Yeah, he would. Oh boy, would he? 1-to-1 scale. Even a half scale would be pretty fun. I'd call my tank Spaceballs the tank. I break for nobody. There you go. Keeping traffic to a minimum, he is. There are some nice places to go off-road in Florida. Yeah, that's interesting. That would be fun down there. I've got a friend who does some pretty decent off-roading. I'm trying to think where she is. She's not in Florida. She's in is she in Texas? I don't think it's Texas. You think not Alabama, not Georgia. Is it Georgia? Where is she? But she's always doing that off-road stuff, and the landscapes are beautiful. I have to find out where she's at. It's not Florida, though. A little laughter going on. I have to return some videotapes. James, are you late again? You got those late fees? Shameful. Better remember your big hat and trench coat, James. Alright, it's time to bring in Jeeves once again as I do my final run here. Hold on. Take it away, Jeeves. I got another strip to do.
Dashing says, that'll be some late fees.
Yeah, it will. It's been putting it off and putting it off. It's finally catching up with you, James. Yums. Bad habits. It's a price to pay. How's the Sisters of Battle
James
coming
L.
along?
says, I'm not a pheasant plucker, I'm a pheasant plucker's wife. And though he's plucking pheasants, it's a pheasant plucking life. Nordic Maelstrom says, they may send a Pinkertons after James for those outstanding tapes.
Plucking. Oh, James knows how to bypass things. He's up on the secrets. So before Jeeves butts in again, Rosemary, how is your Sisters of Battle coming along? Progress report, please. Let's hear it. I know you had some quarries there thrown my way.
Adora Moon says, we've been working on figures all day. Smiley face, I learned how to install lights inside my tanks for headlights and more. I learned how to connect wires, solder them, etc. James L says, one in the pink, one in the stink.
Okay, James. What are you doing? Don't mind yams. Sound like video titles to me. Terrible. Stay in control, Jeeves. Well, that's quite handy to know.
Adora Moon says, I wanted the robot to read your comment, James. Nordic Maelstrom says, Rosemary, now you just need to learn how to wire the tank to fire off funny insults at your opponents.
Yeah, there you go. That would be good. Huh. Oh, you guys are terrible.
James L says, yes, it's the Yamaha voice chip, also known as the Yamaha ha 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 ha.
Jeeves has a sense of humor. He can laugh. That was pretty good.
Nordic Maelstrom says, ha 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 ha.
See, he's good at it. Damn, Jeeves. Got a sense of humor.
Adora Moon says, this may be possible, Nordic. Apparently there is a way to install sound chips. I am looking into it, smiley face.
Yes, she is.
James L says, oh Superman.
What? If it's possible, Rosemary she'll be on that.
Nordic Maelstrom says, you definitely should install the sound effects chips.
Yeah, that would be pretty freaking epic. Different for sure.
Adora Moon says, I began building my 3 Warsuit sisters today. Nordic Maelstrom says, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
I knew that was coming. You just had to, didn't you, Nordic? I'm pretty impressed with Jeeves. He really's got some laughs there. I like that. Earlier he was singing, but he didn't do too well. We had him singing Slow Ride.
Nordic Maelstrom says,
Didn't work.
did you know that Sally sells seashells down by the seashore, Fritz?
Yeah, I kind of knew that, but thanks, Jeeves. I need a female version. I'm getting tired of Jeeves. I can't listen to Jeeves all the time. I'll have to see if there's some alternate voices. Everybody loves Jeeves, though, so I don't know. Probably wouldn't last long.
The Rookie 6666 says, I got 3 Battletech miniature sets from Christmas, Comstar Command Level 2, Star League Command Lands, and some Clan Battle Star, I forgot which one. Nordic Maelstrom says, Jeeves, you're doing a great job. Send yourself something nice for your efforts.
Yes. Gonna get a balloon head here in a minute.
Nordic Maelstrom says, I need to get myself one of those wisecracking fish displays.
Wisecracking fish display? You mean the bass thing? It sits on the wall and cracks jokes?
6666 says, I hate Twitch drops for games BTW. It makes it unfair for people who don't use Twitch. James L. says, only cleansing fire can purify the hellish panopticon our greed has built. Nordic Maelstrom says, the big mouth-based thing that sits on the wall cracking jokes.
Yeah. There's a name. He's got a name, that fish. It's like Ben the Bass or something. Yeah, I know what you mean. Twitch. Am I on Twitch right now? I think I am. Well, I think I'm going to finish these off. I've only got 4 more strips to do and the Wine Infantry are completed. And when I say completed, I mean done. Fini.
James L. says, LOL, it censored when I said we had built Babel and I would dedicate my life to its deletion.
I thought you had to take those videos back, James. James is having too much fun. Or it's the place next door.
Nordic Maelstrom says, James the First shall bring forth the cleansing fire to purify the abyssal abominations that are preventing James from returning his videotapes.
It seems funnier when Jeeves reads it.
Nordic Maelstrom says, Jeeves, I said that I would bring forth the cleansing fire, damn it.
I like how he paused after he said Jeeves. You get the dots in there. That's pretty cool. Three more strips. Oh, guy's got a bent bayonet. Oh, it's broke. Oh no. I think I could super glue that. Me and my clumsy self. I'm gonna super glue
James L.
that.
says, man must return to monkey.
Turn to what? Monkey. Man must return to monkey.
Nordic Maelstrom says, that bayonet needs some blue chew.
Yeah. I got some, what is that stuff called? Green stuff. I could probably fix it with that. It didn't break off. It's just bent and cracked. I could fix that. Gives me an excuse to use my green stuff. I haven't frickin' used it. Just bought it and I haven't touched it. So I got a little clumsy. Got carried away. Jeeves is really helping out today. I'm going to get all the line infantry done. Didn't expect to. Awesome. Thanks, Jeeves. Deserve a pay raise.
James L. says, worst case scenario, you could shore it up with milliput.
Yeah. Worst case would be just snap it off and paint it. Paint the barrel. He just doesn't have his bayonet, which is okay. That's fine, perfectly fine. But gives me a chance to use that green stuff, even though it's just a minuscule amount, really. We'll see. No big deal.
James L. says, I hear green stuff and milliput mix well. I would like to get into this. Probably more realistic way of converting 15 millimeters than cutting M up.
All right, Jeeves, take a break. Let's see what's going on here. Need some blue chew. Jeeves, pause, likes to move it, move it. I turned him off. I turned him off. He's taking a break. I should just turn on the stream and walk away. I'll leave him on. You guys can talk and chat away and he'll keep you company. I wouldn't even have to be here. Live stream with Jeeves. Got to take at least a little bit break from that. Is Blue Chew a doodle pill? A doodle pill? What is a doodle pill? A doodle pill? Indeed. How you doing, by the way, Nordic? Everything all good? Got your order of minis in? Have you started painting them? Sometimes I gotta keep up on you guys and crack the old whip. Bring in the orcs. Margaret Thatcher. Iron Lady indeed. Two more strips and they're all done. I could move on to the Jaeger tomorrow. Well, Monday. And who knows? Maybe I could do all the Jaeger in one go. I probably could. Yep, we're gonna do all the Jaeger in one session. One session. So Monday everything's gonna be done. We could move on to flags and basing after that. So yep, it's gonna happen, folks. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We're that close. And then I can work on my World War II stuff. Look at these guys, Nordic. They're just screaming for some paint. Got some Germans here. 15 mil. They're nice, too. Plastics. A pill for your doodle. Okay. I'm doing okay tonight. I have started painting the Roman Velites. but I ran face first into a wall, having a hard time getting into painting them. I think in my mind I wanted to paint Napoleonics. Well, maybe you should do that then. I've had that happen. You're not in the mood to paint something and you can't get in the mood even when you're sitting there. James, I didn't even see that message. I didn't even see it. I think moving on to what you're interested in is probably a better idea. Because you don't want to stress and you don't want to force yourself. Best thing you could do is try painting them. If it ain't working, go ahead and get out some Napoleonics or whatever you have. That's a shame, though, because I don't think you have Napoleonics to paint. Do you? Uh-oh. Rosemary's reporting in. Byron says, does anyone know if Mark Ragnarok Games in the UK is all right? Huh. Haven't heard from him this week. Just want to make sure he's okay. No clue. I don't even know Ragnarok Games, but maybe somebody else does. Ragnarok Games. James, I totally missed that. I was thinking. I have to place an order to Pendraken for some Age of Musketry troops. I have none in the house. Oh, jeez. Well, you could try to get motivated. I mean, you do want to paint them. It's just a matter of timing. So maybe you can get yourself in the mood. Maybe you just need a little bit of hopeful it's just the time of year, says James. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe no one's hearing from Mark there. Time of the year, right? Ragnarok Games sounds familiar, but I don't recall. Probably because they don't order from them. Matter of just getting into the swing of it. Yeah, really. Well, maybe what you could do is just morph your project so that you're painting the Romans, but you're doing a little bit of some other stuff too. Like maybe some old West stuff. Of course, it's all based on what you actually have. They specialize in bases. Okay. They acquired the Gladius game art resin base line. All right. I have no clue. People do go MIA after the holidays. Yeah, that's true. I haven't been thinking of that myself. It is the holiday season. I actually only had the Punic Wars stuff. I had no miniatures until they arrived. We'll get painting them. Come on, Nordic. You were just into them. Didn't take long. What happened? Getting a little sidetracked. You stop wearing that t-shirt of Napoleon's face around the house. That's what it is. Vendel is getting things ready for Silver Bayonet and is working on Wild West steampunk figures, but not sure for which game system. Wild West steampunk. Good fun. I'm in the mood to paint some Wild West stuff myself. I got a ton of Old Glory miniatures for that. I'll probably just super glue this bayonet. Bend it a little bit, pop some super glue, and hold it in place. It's not plastic, by the way, it's resin. Hoes and 40s are temporary, but the glory of Rome is forever. So saith James. Stay the course, Nordic. Dudes are primed. Just get a bit of color down, and you have the skills to pay the bills. It's true. I know what it's like to get out of the mood of something, and I always just move on, but he doesn't have anything else to paint, so it's like, how are you getting tempted anyway? You're just thinking too much, Nordic. You'll get there. Focus on, I think maybe you should focus on the Romans. Get them done. You got a project at hand. That's the point of the winter warmer. It's not about putting things off. That's the whole point of the challenge, right? So maybe if you push on, just keep thinking about the things that inspire you about ancient Rome. Especially the Polybian era. Punic wars and the battles you're going to be able to, well, you're not really playing miniatures games. Well, you are going to play miniatures games. You're going to do some SPQR. Conversion. That's too bad. Too bad, Jeeves wasn't reading that off, James. That would be fun. Apple crumble. All right, Nordic, enjoy the mashed potatoes. Don't let anything stand in the way of a man and his mashed potatoes. Or a man and his potatoes. Any kind. I know that to be a truth. Remember that. Take notes, Rosemary. A man and his mashed potatoes. Let no one stand between. It's a way to a man's heart. It's true. Potatoes. 1/50th scale locomotive. Huh. Wow, 1/50th scale. That's pretty big. 50 times smaller. One-50th. It's like for bolt action. 1/48 scale, right in that area. That'd be pretty cool. Wow. My hands went like those big foam sports team. There's the bagpipes. Learning the bagpipes. Okay. I'm making meatloaf with mash. She'll be back. Go for it, Nordic. That sounds good. Oh, meatloaf. I would never come between a man and his potatoes. I would make him some. You would. You would. That's the proper attitude. Yams. It should be a t-shirt. Bitches ain't shite. The glory of Rome is forever. All right, James, there you go. Jeez, Rosemary, do you have an ugly sister with a club foot? You better erase that. What's the matter with you, James? James must be home alone today. He's getting wild. Oh, damn shame. I gotta step away for a minute. Step away for a minute and we'll let Jeeves take over for a little.
At 14 people show up for a demo day of Bushido. Adora Moon says, at the local game store today. James L says, nice one. James L says, growing the historical hobby, and that's no Bushido. Adora Moon says, we were surprised to see so many people come out for a demo game. They must be trying to restore the game.
Bushido. Not sure that's the game I'm thinking of, though. Bushido. Isn't that the older game? Ronin. That's the Osprey Blue Book game. Bushido. I remember Bushido, the role-playing game by not Fantasy Flight. Fantasy Games Unlimited. Bushido, though, there's two other games I'm thinking of that it is. I don't. Who's the maker of it? Test of Honor. That's the other one. That's the other one I'm thinking of. Who publishes Bushido, though? I think Bushido's an older game. On Guard. It's done by the same guy. All right, let me do these final strips.
James L says, I meant to do something Italian warsy with Vanguard. Adora Moon says, Fireforge Games.
Fireforge. Okay. Good old Fireforge.
Adora Moon says, the organizer of the demo game came over from Louisiana.
Huh.
James L. says, did you get far with that 30 Years War paranormal skirmish game, Fritz?
I forgot. Oh. Devilry afoot?
James L. says, they should have called it Pike and Rod.
Devilry afoot.
Clyde Dashing says, what 30 Years War paranormal game? Clyde Dashing says, LOL.
Yeah, it's called Devilry afoot. I think it's what he's talking about. I'm painting up figures for it, actually.
James L. says, Nick Wright does it. Oh geez, my stoner memory.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Devilry afoot, it's called. I think it's self-published. Or no, it's not Osprey. It's not self-published. I think it is self-published. I don't know. The author has his own little publishing thing. So, yeah, I got it. I'll show it in a minute if you want to see it. Pretty fun.
James L. says, that's the one. Devilry afoot.
I just bought it a couple months back. I'm painting models for it. My werewolf, for instance. Skeletons. It's set within the 17th.
James L. says, Clyde, Fritz and I will do an ECW rule set one day called Where Are Your Manners? Clyde Dashing says,
yeah.
Given I'm getting a Solomon Kane mini from Crooked Dice, Devilry afoot might be what I need. Adora Moon says, is there a werewolf or dogman involved?
Yes. It's a cooperative game, I should point out. So it's solo or co-op play. It's really well done. And it's very campaign oriented, where you stick with the same folks battle between battle. You know, it's got the campaign element to it. Make progress. It's cheap. It's not expensive. It's a hardback, top quality. I'll show it off. It's get it on Amazon.
Clyde Dashing says, sounds up my alley.
Yeah. I'll show it off in a minute here. Give me a second. I got the last strip. I'm on the last strip, you guys. The last one. Well, I still got the Jaeger, but after this, it's a big deal. I'm almost finished with this painting madness.
Adora Moon says, we are interested in this game.
Yes, I could tell. Give me a minute here. Hold on. I spill my water. You know where I put the book? It used to be on my shelf here. I think it's behind me. Devilry, I say. Devilry.
James L. says, I got some 10mm werewolves from Pendrican the other day.
All right, quiet, Jeeves. Quiet. Pipe down. Let me find this book of mystery and madness that everybody seems to be intrigued by. Ah, there you are. Devilry afoot. Let's cover rules set. Very cool, Yams. I got some 10 mil. We are interested in this game. Sounds up my alley. Where's the werewolves? Deleted. Feels like 17th century works better than Napoleonics for a paranormal game. All right, let's pull it out. You ready for this? Here we go. Here we go, folks. Let me get this out of the way. Kashunka. Did you hear that? Kashunka? Little Kashunka today. We got a Kashunka. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Devilry afoot. Nice little almost digest type book. Hardback. All kinds of goodness on the back. And it's quite a few pages. Let's do the page count. Page count is 128 pages. 128 pages. All the pages have a yellow tinge to them, so it looks old, ancient, like a tome. There you see, Devilry Afoot. Irregular Wars, that's the name of his company. Nick Wright, I believe. And let's show off some of the art here and stuff. And the text, actually. Look at this text that he uses at the heading of each chapter. It's kind of like old world style Gothic. There's a miniature of a witch by Crooked Dice Games. So it's a co-op game / solo game. So you can play this by yourselves. How many figures do you need? Well, maybe a half a dozen. You got to have some monsters to go against. Depends on the scenario. Maybe the scenario is about finding some witches in a coven hidden deep in the forests that are causing trouble for local inhabitants. In a scenario like that, you might need a couple guys for the inhabitants, in their little house. You'll need about 3 witches or less. And then you'll need models for your war band, which you build, which might be about 4 guys, the leader and his followers, whoever they might be. Now, again, it's set in the 17th century, so think like Salem's Lot. Think about the burning of the witches in Europe and that kind of thing, okay? Very much a pike and shot era type of setting. It also uses real-world religion of the times. So you're going to see references to Christianity in here. It doesn't avert its eyes in this case. I like that. Real-world stuff. So it's not a fantasy per se game, although it kind of is. It's paranormal. Uses D10s. You're going to be using D10s in this game. I really enjoy this book. I haven't played it. It looks like it plays really well. Straightforward, fast-moving game, not overly simplified. So there's some good fun with that. Like I said, it does have a campaign aspect where you go from scenario to scenario with the same bunch of folks. And you can recruit new people. You can change out their weapons or equipment. And it's not all just weapons. You might find some cool stuff that's appropriate for this type of genre of gaming. Let's take a look at some of this stuff. Blunderbuss, nice. Pole arms, nice. Backslider. Secrets. Every model has secrets that's part of their character creation. It's kind of like almost the aspect of role-playing. Your models have personalities, for instance, and they have secrets as well. Like one of the secrets somebody might have is this one here, Backslider. Did you hear that, Rosemary? Backslider. A backslider nominally conforms to their community's religious views, their community's religious views, but secretly sympathizes with a different denomination. At the start of every hunt, that's the name of each session that you play, roll a d10 for each of the character's followers, regardless of how or when they were recruited or hired, period. Any follower who rolls a 1 has discovered the character's sympathies and leaves their service, taking any equipment with them. So if some of the other people in your little group there that you go on scenarios with finds out that one of these folks is a backslider, he's out. He's out of here. He's lucky he doesn't kill the guy, but he's out of there. So you lose your model permanently. That's the secret that one of your characters has. Now, I should point out that one of the characters represents you. That's the leader of the group. It's possible that only he has secrets. I could be wrong. There's an apothecary. Those are skills that each model can have. There's martial skills, which include things like backstab, charge, commanding, duelist, fast attack, quick reflexes. There's scholarly skills like academic, apothecary, alchemist, astrologer, lawyer, physician, demonologist. There's hunter skills. There's traits that characters can have. Like they might be devout. They might be charismatic. So there's traits and skills for your models. Now, what kind of models can you have in your warband? Well, it has what's called archetypes. And here's the archetypes you can have. Gentleman, goodman or good wife, religious, scholar, a soldier, a follower. Those are the different archetypes of models that you can have. Like here's the religious dude. Look at him. Look at this guy. Rosemary, check him out. Look at that. He's got his buff coat on. He's got a Bible in his hand and a big saber or a sword in his other hand. He's a religious. Okay. A religious might be a member of a religious order, be they lay or ordained, or a leading figure in their community's established church, regardless of whether it is a Roman Catholic or one of the many Protestant churches. Despite their lack of martial training, they are driven by a fervor that few can match. And here's his starting stat block. You have resolve, you have movement, you have attack, you have shoot, and finally you have wounds. Okay? So you kind of get a gist of how the game's going to play out with those stats right there. So it's very much a skirmish game with a lot of narrative aspects and elements to your war band, or your group, or whatever you want to call them. The hunters. All right? There's a couple sections here. One's called scenario section. You're going to get all kinds of fun scenarios you can play. We'll go over the rules. Let's go over some of the scenarios. Let me see if it's in the index. It'd be easier to read them off. Well, you guys are typing away. Scenarios. You've got, these are the names of the scenarios, and there's a whole bunch, about a dozen or so. A discovery of witches. The dance macabre. Lost in the woods. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Of magpies and ravens. The beast in the fog. The cursed city. The harrying. Guardian of the wilds. The vigilists. The All Hallows Eve. And hunger. There's one other one. Iconoclasm. Iconoclasm is the name of another scenario. It tells you how to do campaigns. There's the section on campaigns. Here's a monstrous bestiary. These are the different monsters you can have in the scenarios that might be represented. You've got Bargheths, bogeymen, ghouls, outlaws, redcaps, revenants, specters, trolls, vendigos, werwolfen, witches, a witch's coven, wolves, vampires. That doesn't include ghosts. Maybe it's the boogeyman. It's also got a chapter here on the innocent, the bystanders and villagers that you need to protect. They can have an effect on the gameplay. And yeah, a whole section on equipment that you can have as well. Terrain features that are unique. So yeah, 130 pages of goodness. Again, it's got a lot of random tables to generate things and activate monsters and how they act and react to you based on the proximity your characters are to the monsters will help determine what the monster does. So, yeah, if you've played other solo or similar games like 5 Parsecs from the Borderlands or things like that, it's kind of very similar style of play when it comes to the AI of the monsters. Very fun, very narrative driven. I like it. I have yet to play it. I intend to do so. And here again is my Werwolfen. My Werwolf. Werwolfe. That I'm working on specifically for this game. I got a bunch of witch hunters and stuff from Mordheim that I'm going to paint up. So, there you go. Now, let's go to the chat. James, if you put anything, I missed it. If you deleted it. On Guard, 30 Years War Paranormal. Give it, I'm getting the Solomon Kane. Sounds up my alley. Yeah, you guys can paint some pike and shot figs. Probably a lot printer. Love bloody miniatures. It's a bit painful letting these go. Doing it in 10mm now. basing is totally irrelevant. You just base them on whatever you base them. My English Civil War armies are very stereotypical. Individually based models is what you need. You can find some videos and bat reps on it on YouTube. There's one guy, I can't think of his name, over the Halloween festivities. He did a couple battle reports. Good. Sold. There you go. I like it. I'm going to play it. Do some videos on it. So yeah. There you go. Nick Wright. Folk Horror Monster Hunting Handbook for Tabletop Skirmishes. Set during the 16th and 17th century wars of religion, Devilry Afoot pits flawed human heroes, controlled by one or more players, against the creatures of the night, whose actions are randomly determined by the game's easy-to-use mechanics. Designed for solo and co-op play, the RPG light character customization, scenario-driven narratives, and unpredictable monsters combine to ensure that no two games are ever the same. Playable with as few as 6 to 12 miniatures on a 2x2 table. Games of Devilry Afoot can be played in less than an hour, allowing multiple games to be played in a single sitting. Use the open-ended campaign rules to follow the rise and demise of your characters over a series of linked games against ever fiercer foes. There you go. I think I paid like $20 for it or something. Wasn't expensive. Boy, my vape is loud. Forty-four, 5, 6, or 7, 48, or 48. Ooh, I'm so close. Ay, caramba. Anyway, I've got all the line infantry done. The only thing is the standard bearers, their poles. They have a little metal head finial on the end that I have to do. But that's easy. That's okay. I usually do that before I put the flags on. There's a few of those. But no rush. Now it's just Jaeger. In fact, let's show off the collection. This is only half of the collection. The first half is already completed and in a separate box. Let me cautiously move this where it can be seen. Oh, a little bit dark in here, but that's okay. We're going to show this off because why not? Oh, there they are. So that's half of the collection. Let's kind of turn them where you could see a little bit more detail. These guys here are all the line infantry. Command up front, flagpoles, drummers, and officers, and all this is the normal guys and grenadiers. Alright, so that's what we just did. Over there is all the Jaeger. Right here is their command. Musicians and officers. Down there is the proper Jaeger themselves. We're going to do these tomorrow, or Monday. I got to paint their muskets, the barrels, and that's it. So that's it. And once that's finished, these guys are done. We could move on to the next phase. The next phase being flags and basing, which I'm going to do pretty much at the same time. Let's see how close. Not much to see, it's too dark. Let's go this way. There you go. Pretty good, huh? Da, 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 da. Of course, I'll make a full video on this and you can see them in their glory when it's all done. But yeah, we're almost there. These guys till Monday, I guess. All right. Guess everybody ran out to buy a Devilry Afoot. I suddenly went quiet as soon as I get done. Jeez. Okay, guys, I'm ready. We can chat now. Oh, I'm all set. I'm excited. Oh, it's going to be so fun. Hello? Hello? Clyde? Byron? Rosemary? James, are you there? Gone. Left me high and dry, they did. Terrible. Kids pooping. Oh, Clyde's occupied. He's got a newborn in the house. He's a little preoccupied. Yikes. Risky business there, Clyde. I've done that all my life, taking care of my nephews and nieces. Not for me, brother. The family life is not for me. Raising kids is not for me, I decided. I've raised enough of my nieces and nephews. Not for me. For some, not for me. Maybe I might do this tomorrow for those interested. I might live stream our session, which is very informal, of Castles and Crusades, and it's one of the few times, if I do it, it's one of the few times you guys can watch us play live. Not that it's a big deal, but I'd seldom do that anymore. So I might do that just because we have such a good time here, and you can hear us talk about Castles and Crusades and actually play something. So I might do that if people are interested. I definitely will, but I'm just not. It's not normal. I'm telling you, it's not normal. So I might do that. And it would probably be me, Jesse, Kyle, Nordic. I think that's it right now at the moment. I keep adding people, that I feel would fit. it's not, we're not totally, we're just learning the game as we go. So if it's interesting to you guys, I'll do that. James, maybe you'd want to be interested in watching or listening to that. I don't know exactly what we're going to do. I was supposed to do that today, make a little prep for something tomorrow, but that's okay. I could probably prep in the morning, come up with something. They're heading to Bridal. So I probably want to familiarize myself with my old creation of Bridal. And that, we'll see what spawns from that when they arrive for the first time and discover some things. Maybe we'll do something like that. Also started on Marvel Toad. Marvel Toad Mini. Toad? Got the orange and green down. I was always a DC fan. Who's Toad? I want to know more about this system. Castles and Crusades or Marvel? Marvel's pretty frickin' interesting. Palmer plays that thing. Got Clyde totally hooked. Maybe iced indoors anyway. What happened to all the dronage, by the way? Dronage? Dronage? I just like watching bat reps and games too. Oh, Castles and Crusades he's talking about. If I did anything Marvel, I would do Zombicide. Zombicide's a great game. The drones in the air. Drones kind of slowed down. Ever since they haven't stopped. There's still frickin'. There's been drones creeping around New Jersey for years, actually. But it's now that it's all coming out, even more so. But now it's kind of died down because the FAA put up this restriction. No more drones. Finally, they did something, and actually the drones sightings began to fall. But not all of them. There's still these frickin' strange ass drones creeping around. So it's still a thing, and it's not just New Jersey. It's all over the freaking place. But no, nothing's determined. Trump said he's going to, day one, he's going to reveal what it is. He's going to get a report on it and find out and tell folks what it is. So I'm sure very early on we're going to find out what the hell's going on. But, yeah, that's the drone footage. Pardon the French, folks. Getting a little profane today. It's a couple times for me. What's going on? I like the X-Men one. Strange donkey drones. Yeah. I'm still following. I'm following along all this stuff that's happening. There's supposed to be something going on tonight about this, but I'm not paying too much attention. I will later tonight, though. Actually, to be honest with you, I'm kind of curious if I do stream tomorrow the game with Foundry. I'm very curious if my internet connection is going to be able to handle it. Because if you remember, James, I went El Cheapo on my internet. It seems to be working great still, but I've never streamed or recorded while using Foundry. And I don't think it would be a problem. I think it's more my processor on my computer that I used to have problems with that I solved. I think that was my major problem. It should be okay. I never fully bought Lazar Greer. Greer is he's the one I don't really. He's involved. There's too much money involved to not trust the guy. But Lazar, I'm in on Lazar. I'm in on Lazar. I think there's a lot of legitimacy there. Again, we're getting way off topic again, like we did last night. Time to force the spaghetti. Could be, James. Could be. That would be nothing new. There's people coming in that community and just giving false misinformation and, distractions and all this nonsense. But, yeah. Mixed bag. I saw that. Lazar mixed bag. That's all I got. It's like James was never here. He's covered his tracks. He's covering his tracks. Where is my... There it is. Let me put that back up. Shoot doop doo. Doodly doodly doo doo. Yeah, element. I don't know what it was. Element 55 or something. Yeah. I think he's got something going on there. I think. His story hasn't changed at all in all these years. He's stuck to that. Hardcore. Oh. Red lasers are better than blue. Sha-da-da, she-da-da-da. Let me put that right there. She-da-di-da, di-da-di-da. Damn it. So it's 8:49. Going to be a late dinner for me. I might have pasta. Might make some pasta tonight, just to change it up a little bit. I haven't had pasta in a while. Couple days. I haven't eaten ramens. I'm eating pretty good though, James. Eating pretty good overall. Just the variety isn't there right now. I'm tightening things up a little bit, as I tend to do during the winter. But it's all right. Eating a lot of potatoes, but I'm starting to think I better change it up a little. I've been eating potatoes for breakfast, potatoes for lunch, and potatoes for dinner every freaking day. Usually fried potatoes. Olive oil ain't cheap. Fried potatoes, fried ramen. Again, they're not very healthy for you either, but still. It's okay. It's okay. We're good. Maybe some pasta. Yeah? Maybe some pasta. Penna or something. I don't have any penna left. I got elbows. Macaroni. What we would call macaroni. Which is really good. With that wonderful sauce that I make. Oh. I'm out of tomato paste though. That's the thing. Got some diced tomatoes. Throw that in there. A little cinnamon. Thanks to Matt. Get some of that sausage. Oh, it's beautiful. Maybe I'll do that. Break it up a little bit. Where did my chat go? I made so much angel hair. Angel hair. You like the thin stuff? Ah, the thin stuff annoys me. The spaghetti. The thin stuff. Angel hair. I like the normal size, I guess is what you'd call it. Not the fettuccine, of course. But the normal spaghetti. Angel hair annoys me. It's too thin. Percy, how you doing, Percy? Just finished my painting. We did a 4-hour and 11-minute session today. I might stream tomorrow my Castles and Crusades nonsense with my buddies here, including Nord, Kyle, and Jesse. Might do that tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm back on Monday with more painting madness. I just got to do some Jaeger, and then I'm going to make the flags and start basing. Yep. And at the same time, I'm going to juggle. Actually, I'm going to work on my Flames of War stuff. Got to start doing the infantry. So, good progress today. Good progress in the past few weeks. Coming along good. Jaeger bombs all around. Jägermeister. I'm quite happy. Had James in here today. We had Rosemary. Byron. Remotely. Everything was translated by Rosemary. Squirrel Hermit was here. Zatarock. Clyde. Nordic's making meatloaf tonight. He's going to have some good eating. Meatloaf would be good. Rookie 6666 was here briefly. Talking about, wasn't it 40K? Talking about Twitch. Oh, Battletech. He's talking about Battletech. Yeah. Ironman was here too. And I'm starting to lose my voice. My cats were singing away tonight, baby. I'm telling you. Man. Now they're all asleep. Good. Usually quiet when I stream, but not tonight. People talk about 40K? Yeah, imagine that. What is this madness? Well, let me get this off the screen while I'm here. Got here. Schlink. Hi, Byron. I'm going to get the Devilry Afoot book. You're sold. You're welcome. It's not expensive, and it's a pretty quality book. I like it. I think this thing would really be fun. I'm going to play some games and video them this spring. I love this genre, to be honest with you. I think this era, the 17th century and such, is perfect for a game of this sort. So I'm all in. The game's pretty fun. You're welcome, Byron. Pick it up on Amazon. I just placed an order for Devilry Afoot. You're making sales tonight. Yeah, I wish I had links, affiliate links to that. I used to do that, so people can buy them right off the video. You know, the little link in the bottom, and I get a few pennies or something. I didn't do that anymore because I'm always talking about stuff and promoting them. And if you buy on Amazon, there you go. What was I going to do? Still got my sisters. Still working on my sisters. Still working on my sisters. I love my sisters. Some of my favorite models to paint. Have you seen my sisters, Byron? You probably did. I've been working on these for a long time. I'm almost positive. Shoop doop. Doop doop boop boop. Getting back into the Beatles. Oh, that's too bright. Well, let me turn the exposure down. Hold on. Let's fix that. Clunk. That's good enough. Let's fix our focus here. Let's get a close-up of these beautiful little lasses. There she is. That's one of them. That's tabletop ready. I mean, their armor's mostly black anyway. I'd put these on the table, but Yeah, there's a lot of little details yet to do. They're some of my favorite figures to paint. They're awesome. Assemblage. I've got a whole bunch. Some of my favorites, though, are these guys. These gals. Guys and gals. These guys are like brain dead assassins. Push a button and they just turn into a killing machine. I got some Repentia too. I need to get one of those done for my Inquisition party for use in Stargrave. I'd like to use these for non-40k games. Like one-page rules is a perfect use for them. But for something like Stargrave, it's not really a grimdark thing. I know it could. It just doesn't feel right to me. Because every time I look at these models, I'm thinking, oh, 40k, it's the Emperor and all that. I mean, what else would they be? I have a hard time visualizing it. Here's one of my Repentia. These are my favorites. They're getting there. Still got to paint the sword. She's leaning into that. Oh, I broke one of the... Yeah, I did. This is the one that one of the chain things broke off. That's all right. I love that haircut. She's a Repentia after all. Yeah, I love these models. Yes, I know they're not done, and yes, I know I show them off 1,000 times. That's for Byron. I know he saw them already. You need to see him again. You've seen the Grimdark Compendium's villainy inks? Grimdark Compendium's villainy inks? No. What is that about? Let me go up in the chat here. I don't want to miss things. Alright, Master. Okay, Nordic is stuffed. Full of meatloaf. Sisters of Battle from the Finger Lakes. Finger Lakes. She looks good. Oh, there's Dora. Oh, I love my sisters. Can you tell? I'm heartbroken every time one of them falls in battle. For the Emperor! Oh. A friend of ours was helping to teach Rosemary how to wire up LEDs for her Sister of Battle vehicles today. Yeah, she mentioned that. That's pretty crazy. Speaking of crazy, you guys are crazy. I feel a sense of achievement just getting a base coat and wash down. Well, that's an achievement. There's nothing special about what I did. I'm just base coating myself. I need to get one of those done. Inquisition, I read that. In awe of what some people can do. So am I. I've seen some crazy stuff. This is a gold standard in model making. One of the funniest things I've ever seen. Okay, I'm going to click. Keep that link. Don't remove it. Give me a second. I have to go to the chat on YouTube. Where is it? Got a couple links here. Where is James? There it is. Okay, James, you can move it. Let me pause it. Pause. Let's go back here. And what is this Grimdark Compendium thing? Stargrave, I think, hard sci-fi, but all games are minis agnostic. Huh, Xenos Rampant. I never thought of that. Maybe that's a reason why I could use my figures for that. Something non-40k. Xenos Rampant might be a good option. Love the Repentia. Oh, they're awesome. They're my favorites. So fun to paint. You got some Repentia. You get them in that box, I think. They're just so fun. Only the first time seeing them for some of us. Yeah, Clyde. Okay, it's Clyde. There's a link. From Byron, Grimdark Compendium. I'm going to click that right now too. Hold on a second. Before James deletes it. He has the ability to do that. He could. He wouldn't do that. Let's open that up. Villainy Inc. Master the Grimdark stuff. Oh, okay. What is this? A series of paints? Enamel colors. Interesting. I'll look at that. Okay, Nordic Maelstrom. I'll settle for base coating. Base coat getting down, James. I have a copy of Xenos Rampant. You do. I never looked into it. I know the artist is the guy that does he's that Scandinavian guy that I love so much. He does the Dragonbane art and a lot of pagan art and other arts. I can't think of his name. But he's one of the reasons I like Dragonbane. And I would consider he does the art for Xenos Rampant, doesn't he? I think that's the game he did. Maybe I should look into it. You'll have to tell me how it plays and stuff. Repentia. You shall serve the Emperor once again. And be cleansed of your impurities. War suits. Yeah, I'll definitely look at it, actually. Let's do that, actually. Want to do that? Let's do that. Let's open up another page. Xenos Rampant. Let's see. Let me get a page here. Osprey. Should I look at Osprey? Goonhammer. The Goonhammer review. Let's check this out. Let's bring it up. Xenos Rampant. Well, the cover's different. Let's take a look. This is Osprey's website. $35 retail hardback. Any more pictures? Wish there was more artwork displayed. Let's read. Science fiction wargame rules for large skirmishes based on the popular rampant system. Based on the popular rampant system. What is that? Oh, okay. Daniel Mercer, author, based on his system. I am not a fan of his stuff. I've playtested his rules. The one for the 19th century stuff. Not a fan of it. So let's read. Xenos Rampant is a setting-agnostic large skirmish miniature wargame for fighting science fiction battles using, you guessed it, 28mm figures. Developed from the popular Lion Rampant rule set, the core mechanics featured within will instantly be recognizable to those familiar with other Rampant game systems, while still being accessible to new players. Xenos Rampant contains all the rules, Rosemary, all of them. Army lists and scenarios required to fight science fiction battles, as well as a whole host of subgenres, including, you ready for this, Byron? Well, you already know. Post-apocalyptic, weird wars, near future, period. So, whatever your science fiction preferences, James, the rules can cover it. James knows this. He has the book. It seems like I'm the only one without this game. Just let your imagination run rampant. Did its first edition, 192 pages. It's a hardback format. Now that's interesting. And full color too, if I remember correctly. Oh, he's not doing the artwork for this. Or maybe he did a few of them. This is a different guy. What am I thinking of? I'd love to see more artwork from this. Is there another game that Osprey makes that's science fiction besides Stargrave? I'm confused. I don't see anything else. I think his name is Egrins or something. I thought it was Xenos Rampant he did the art for. I guess it wasn't. Ragnarok. This is a pretty frickin' good game. Huh. Cyberpunk. This is the Ragnarok I was talking about. This is actually a really good game. People don't talk about enough. Dracula's America, Last Days, Zombie Apocalypse. That might be something fun. Burrows and Badgers. Nordic is always raving about this game. I got this one. Scrappers. John Hill's Johnny Reb version, or Across the Deadly Field. It's basically Johnny Reb 4. John Hill, of course, the squad leader guy. Yeah. I guess I'm mistaken. I don't see the guy I was talking about that did the artwork. I thought for sure. Maybe he does some of the artwork in Xenos Rampant. That's a curiosity. All right, let's go back to the chat. Let me clickage because I had it off. Let's read. Ivory Osprey Blue Books. Female same white Nordic. I make a point. Serve husk sitting on a throne. Oh, I've finally found my people. It's quite different to the first Rampant books. Knocks off a few edges. Percy Block. I've got a copy of Xenos Rampant. Haven't ever played Lion Rampant or Dragon Rampant. I'd like to be interested. Rogue Stars. Is that it? Rogue Stars. Rogue Stars sounds familiar. What is that for? Is that one of the Blue Book? I'll look at that in a second. I think you're onto something, Byron. Bros Badges is a charming game. I'm interested in Scrappers. That's the cyberpunk thing. Remember this team, Rogue Stars. I think that's the game I'm thinking of. Microphone hide. I hide for no one. I'm too stuffed to move. What do you think about Doomed? I was excited about Doomed. Then James told me it was too simple. It was like for small children. I got turned off ever since. That's what he said. I'm paraphrasing, of course. All right, let me look for this Rogue Stars. Who makes that? Who publishes Rogue Stars? Is that part of the Blue Book series on Osprey? I think it is. Boy, Rosemary's probably thinking to herself, boy, these guys are geeks. Holy smokes. Of course, she sees it all the time at the shop. So, okay, maybe she doesn't say that. She's used to it. How did she get wound up with this mess? These nerds. Absolute nerds. Or maybe like Clyde, she's found her people. Maybe that's it too. Welcome, Rosemary, welcome. With open arms, we greet you, fellow nerd from the dark side. Blue Book series, where is it? Wargame series. Let's go there and check it out, shall we, Yams? Pay attention, James. Let's see. Pulp. They get all kinds of fun stuff. It'd be fun just to collect and play these just for fun. Castles in the Sky. There you go, Yams. James. Wars of the Republic. Absolute Emperor. A Billion Suns. What is this? Is this a Starfleet battle game? Oh, Zona Alpha. What is this? Oh, there's too much here. Achimer. Kobolds and Cobblestones. Pikeman's Lament, Chosen Men, Rogue, there it is, Rogue Stars. There's the guy that does the artwork. There he is. Old Johann Egerkrans. He's the guy. He's one of my favorite illustrators or artists. Let's check it out. It's part of the Blue Book series, so it's only $20. And this is the only artwork we get to see. But yeah, there's that artwork. That's the one. Thanks, Byron. How good is this game? Skirmish wargaming in a science fiction underworld. Let's read. Rogue Stars is a character-based science fiction skirmish wargame where players command crews of bounty hunters, space pirates, merchants, prospectors, smugglers, right up your alley, James, mercenary outfits, planetary police, and other such shady factions from the fringes of galactic civilization. Crews can vary in size, typically from 4 to 6, and the character and crew creation systems allow for practically any concept to be built. Detailed environmental rules that include optional for flora, fauna, gravity, dangerous terrain, and atmosphere, Rosemary. And scenario design rules that ensure that missions are varied and demand adaptation and cunning on the parts of the combatants. Make practically any encounter possible. Oh boy, let's spend some more money. Run contraband tech to rebel fighters on the ocean world while being hunted by an alien kill team. Or maybe you hunt down a research vessel and fight zero-gravity boarding actions in the cold depths of space. Whatever you can imagine, you can do. You got a forward, an introduction, the rules, characters, crews, scenarios, and a campaign section. Again, it's part of the Blue Book series, which means it's only 64 pages, full color, of course. And there you go, published first in 2016, so it's been around the block. Almost what? Almost 10 years. Almost a decade. Holy smokes. I forgot all about this game. But that artwork, man. I could see using 40K figures in this. So yeah, maybe. What do you think? Let's go back to the chat. I have most of these, James. Well, James, that's why you need a YouTube channel, so you can answer our questions. A Billion Suns is great. Is that a Starfleet game? Starship Battles? I'm going to have to look more into the Blue Books. Billion Suns? Clyde likes Billion Suns. Well, you guys are ahead of me by so far. Void Pirates and 5 Parsecs, Rogue Stars. I cared less for. Rogue Stars? What's this? Rogue? Oh, you don't like Rogue Stars? Well, I'll definitely have to get it now. Definitely. Delayed response, but I heard you. Yes, I love the nerds. I really admire nerds. When people are passionate about something in the creativity and gaming community. So there you go. Welcome aboard. Rosemary is with us. She's in it for the long haul, folks. Get ready. Stargrave is all right also. I agree. Thanks to Byron, I have Stargrave. Thanks once more, Byron. Appreciate that. Including supplement. I finally have it at last. I'm already looking at other games now. I haven't even played it yet. Jeez, terrible. This hobby, I'm telling you. The Doom... Oh, gone. He deleted it. Damn it. He's talking about the Doomed. Thanks for the response, Dora. Clyde says the constant expansions to Stargrave make it anything you want. That's interesting. I've only got one of the supplements. I'll have to look into that. I think you can use a lot of 40K figures and also many other figures that you can 3D print. I know you can use them. I mean, we could use whatever. But one of my problems is that when I look at a 40K model, it's 40K. Grimdark Future stuff with one-page rules, what they created, I can see what I'm doing. It's appropriate. They do a good version of 40K. It's all the same to me. But anything else I've come across, it's like it doesn't fit. I can't use a Sister of Battle in this game. It's just a Sister of Battle is a Sister of Battle. I can't put her in a Star Trek episode. It doesn't work. So the setting for these games, the perception of it, is important to me. If you know what I mean. I know it's silly. I'm silly. Rosemary, I'm silly. If you like the original Beetlejuice movie, yes, you might be interested in the Beetlejuice hobby room I'm working on. What? What are you talking about? What is this news you're breaking on the community here? I love Beetlejuice 1. Are you kidding me? It's one reason I to this day still have a mega crush on Winona there. We'll leave it at that. Anyway, moving on. Byron says, James, in a dark, ominous voice, your self-imposed rules reek of weakness. 5 Parsecs and Xenos, I rate highly. Stargrave and Void Pirates, decent. Rogue Stars and Doomed, figures. I take an interest in something that sucks. It's for small children. And I listen to James. But Doomed is full of cool ideas. So it does have that. Space nuns. There you go, Percy. Convert me to open up my eyes and see beyond. They're space nuns. Sexy space nuns. I like 5 parsecs. Right now, my favorite is 5 parsecs, followed by Stargrave. 1-page rules follows, but it's so generic. The setting is just, even though it's a setting and it's developed to some extent, it's still very generic. I see it more as 40K than I do their stuff, like Battle Brothers instead of Space Marines. I see them as Space Marines. I'm playing in 40K. Nah, I don't do Kickstarters either. Nope, James. Byron's got a link. He's got a link for us again here. Fireforge Games. This is that thing he was talking about before. Oh. Let me grab it, Byron, before James deletes it. Hold on. Fireforge Games. By mistake. Ooh. Amazon Smashers. I like it. What is this? What is that link? Comes with 2 balls. Imagine that. 1 turn and touchdown counter, and 3 different reroll markers. Plus you get 16 figures. God, you get 2 balls with the damn thing. That's good. That's useful. This is for their fantasy football game? What is this? Has Fireforge got a game for this? What am I looking at? Now I'm totally confused. I thought I was looking at sci-fi. The night is getting expensive. Tell me about it. I've painted the entire room bright green. The doors purplish. Black trim. Painting a desk. Add some appropriate movie-related decor. And I'll have my own hobby space. Oh, that's what you're doing. So this is legit. You're creating your own little alcove in the house? Is that what you're doing? Am I following this correctly? Are you kidding me? She's doing a Beetlejuice hobby room. I'll send pictures when it's finished. Just not on Instagram. I got banned from there. We tried that once before. Remember, Rosemary? I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the pictures. I'll send pictures when it's finished. And yes, Winona Ryder is so beautiful. My mom looked just like her when she was younger. Oh, I see. You have to introduce me. Okay. The night is getting expensive indeed. Once again, Clyde. Oh, yeah, I'm a Beetlejuice fan. Love the first movie. Had a crush on Winona Ryder all my life. Still do to this day, as I think James knows. Deep down, she's a sister of battle. We all know it. Anyway. Now, what is this Fireforge thing, Byron? This is a fantasy football game? Or a science fiction football game? Yeah, it's fantasy football. Oh, what's this Frostgrave stuff? Oathmark. Honey. Oh, it's Fireforge that I'm looking at. I know about Fireforge. They don't have any science fiction stuff, though. I don't think I have any Fireforge miniatures. Huh. Okay. Let me go back to the chat because I shut it off every time I grab links. Put another hi in there to make sure it's working properly. The floor is comfy. I think I'll sprawl out here for a bit. Oh no, it's getting late. Ah, those figures might easy to convert to sci-fi or fantasy. Yeah. One of my best friends from back in the DJing days looked exactly like Winona. I think you mentioned that before. Indeed. Excellent. There's hope. Ah, look at kits like that. I look at kits like that as a resource to convert, enhance. They don't do a game for that, right? It's like for people playing Blood Bowl or Cavern Ball or whatever. They don't do a game for that, do they? That's gonna be awesome. James, you'd get into that, what she's doing. She's got a project there. Man. That's pretty cool, Byron, that she's doing that. You gonna keep Byron in the closet? He's got his own little section there. Keep him in the closet until you need him. Help you around the game room. Since he's so hobby knowledgeable. Battletech was so big at my school, but then again, MechWarrior 2 really helped. You guys in your Battletech. I think I'll start playing White Plains tonight. Oh, you board game nerd, you. We're going to do it. I suggest to Byron that we create our own little setup. That's a great idea. That's going to be awesome. Byron has his own hobby room. The tank room. You guys, you each got your own little room. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You each got your own hobby room. Jeez. The tank room and the what's this called? What did you call this, Adora? The Beetlejuice room? Is that what we're going with here? I don't know, Byron. I kind of like the idea of the Beetlejuice room. I love tanks, but come on. Come on. I request that you build me a miniature castle fortress. For the layout, Rosemary, Fortress Maelstrom, please. It should be known as. There you go. Nordic. Laying down some requests here. Requirements. Demands, perhaps? We shall see. Failing that, I'll settle for a fantasy inn called the Maelstrom Inn. There you go. Forever improving the space. Yeah, James, you're working on it. Ree's got to get herself a little hobby room section, too. How about that? And replacing fake Russian light switches. Part of your house is made out of cardboard. Oh, man. I don't know, Clyde, what are we going to do with this crowd? Things are getting out of control. I thought she was talking about making a little model building, you know, based on Beetlejuice. You know, a little model for her games or whatever. Display purpose. No, it's her whole freaking hobby section of her house. Holy cow. Wow. All right. All right, there you go. Castle's on the way. Project on the schedule. My inn caters to travelers along the coasts, the road north. I even get pirates coming in to sample the world-famous Maelstrom wine. So there you go. Hammerfall. Nope. There we go. Now it's, there it is, focused again. Anyway. So there you go, folks. We streamed for 5 hours today, or almost. We're almost nearing 5 hours, and it is currently 9:32. Let me check something real quick. Let's get over here and have a look. So, you guys are recommending to me these Osprey games, right? All these skirmish sci. They got a lot of stuff, actually. But they have a lot of sci-fi stuff. Some of them I know about, others I've totally ignored, but I gotta look closer at these sci-fi games. Not a fan of the Lion Rampant system, however, but I'm willing to look at it. If you kind of recommend it, James, some of you other folks. And we'll see. Maybe I'll stretch out a little bit. It's nice to have options in gaming. Because it's all about the journey. The process, as I refer to it as. The process. So there's nothing wrong with that. Privateer Press. You've got your channel. You're going to do it, James, sooner or later. You keep putting it off. Get yourself set up at your little studio there. You'll be making videos. It'll become part of your hobby like it has with me. Trebuchet. Burrows and Badgers. I think you will love painting the miniatures for the game. You think? Maybe. But you don't know. That's a genre I've never explored. Furries and stuff. I've never... little anthropomorphic nonsense. Me ne pasta no break. A lot of requirements tonight, Nordic. Jeez. Could be. Yeah, that's an idea too. Good thinking. Keeping me on my toes. That's good thinking. Maybe he's into it. A little lighthearted. I'm going to take him on a journey from 40K to Flames of War to Badgers and Burrows. Is that what it's called? Badgers and Burrows? Furry mammals. Furry mammalians. Don't forget the Apache. I don't know what all the fuss is about the Koreans. B&B is fun. Clyde knows about it, so there you go. Nordic caught on to that. Yeah, he heard me whisper that. Camping girls. What's with the camping girls? I think you've had too much meatloaf tonight, Nordic. Too much. You're feeling too relaxed. You're going to cramp up tonight. I bet you she aged really well, too. Patchigel I knew. Yep, I bet. I bet. Well, when I head out to Arizona and hit the reservations, maybe I'll meet up with her. Hey, you know Nordic? Yeah, he's a good old guy. Never know. Never know. Got the K-door there. I blame YouTube for suggesting Korean camping girls to me. Oh, is that where it comes from? Korean kid. Now it's probably going to show up on my feed because you mentioned it. You know, it has a way of doing that. Little algorithms picking up on things. I'm telling you, it's got ears. I've had some conversations just suddenly for out of no reason. I'm seeing adverts for things that we talked about over on Facebook. How did that happen? The algorithm knows what you're seeking. It does indeed. Feels like War Machine would look coolest in World War I drabs. That's one way to look at it. Imjin War Fritz. Great conflicts. Ming Samurai Koreans. Yeah, maybe. Okay, now we're going in uncharted water for me. Bushcraft camping videos on YouTube. I've seen those. Oh, that's what you're talking about with the Korean camping girls. Okay, okay. The bushcraft stuff, survival. I've seen a lot of those videos, actually. They're not all Koreans, though. But yeah, they are actually pretty damn good to watch. Just, you know, no talk. It's just making things. There's one there that's got a pet monkey and a dog. She's actually pretty good. Yeah, there's a bunch of that stuff. Now I know what you're talking about. It's funny how this stuff shows up in our feed. Nordic, you gotta put the bushcraft to the side and practice. Step one, when you're down under, don't go on hikes in your flip-flops. James learned that the hard way. Land of the brown snake. Just looking for victims. And his hike was just to the drugstore. Perhaps he won't do that again. He's going to be wearing some inch-thick hiking boots and leathers when he goes out to the drugstore. Watch out, James. Elaborate tents with full-blown living room in them. Hilarious to watch. Yeah? Maybe I'll put that in my search and see what that comes up on YouTube. Korean camping gals. Maybe I'll do that. I might not want my feed being flooded with it, because I know it will if I put that in. By tomorrow, we will all have been inundated with Korean camping girls. Exactly. I can suggest a few, Fritz. I can suggest a few. I bet you can. You can always DM me, you know. I never wear flip-flops, says Nordic. So no danger of that. Plus, I've lived in areas where snakes slither about. James is wearing flip-flops right now in snake country. Oh, he's living on the edge. Living on the edge, James is. Well, being in down under, you're living on the edge 24/7. I'm telling you. You should swap places with Nordic. He loves sharks. He'd love it down in Australia. I can see him right now. Living on the beach practically in his little Speedo and flip-flops. Wallowing in the water. Calling to the sharks. Come to me, beautiful great white. Come to me. Not good. Yes, he does love sharks. They're extremely beautiful, in a way. But they're also extremely deadly. They will eat you. Okay? Don't say, oh, they're just beautiful animals. They won't harm you unless you taunt them or something. Don't give me that. I know some people might say that. You got to know how to do it, you know. You You can always push them away in the nose, you know. It's okay. They're beautiful. Yeah, okay. They're beautiful in a way, but man, we're not meant to be in there. That's not our home. We don't belong there. It belongs to them. They will eat you, Nordic. There'll be nothing left of you. It'd be a horrible, horrible way to clock out. Yes, eat me, great white, eat me. Take me down under. Are you kidding me? Sharks don't like the taste of humans. All right, according to Nordic. Rumor has it. There you go. Okay, there you go. Worcestershire sauce as cologne. Sharks get the bus to chase me. They hang out on the beach just waiting for you. Gripes. All right, we got to end this pretty soon. You guys are too much. We're at 5 hours and 2 minutes and 55 seconds. So get your last calls in. I'm going to start ringing the bell here in a minute. I might be on tomorrow for more streaming. Castles and Crusades RPG action with the crew, including Nordic. I might live stream at Nordic just for funsies. If you guys can contain yourself, I don't want to be too distracted by a live stream. I might do it. I don't know. I might not. Maybe we can get some laughs from some folks. Did I tell you that I've actually held a shark, Fritz? No, you didn't tell me. But somehow I believe it. I absolutely believe it. I bet there was hugs involved as well. Yes, that's believable. And that's okay, Nordic. I understand. I understand, man. It's not for me. I will take my chances with the bears and the porcupines and the foxes and the oversized cats we have around here. That's good enough for me. I like living on the edge, but that's a little too much. Too close to call. Too close to the edge. Fish and chips here are usually shark meat. Is that legit, James? Is that legit? Well, I wouldn't say hugs. I did hold one. Unfortunately, dropped the shark when my dad came up behind me and scared the crap out of me. Poor shark. Well, that's too bad. What were you holding them for? It should be in the water. Were you in the water? I hope not. Hugging sharks while you're in the water? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's not my thing. Not my thing. But I'm very much an animist. I would not harm a shark, and it has its life. It's just not me to be petting it and, you know, that kind of thing. I have a shark tooth hanging on the attic door handle. Should consider wearing that sucker around. I used to have them when I was a little kid. They were all the rage back in the days of Jaws. They used to sell those little necklaces that were a little tiny shark tooth. And they were just a little tiny shark tooth, like a baby shark. Sad, really, but yeah, that was a thing. Everybody wore those. Lego. Autism serum. Rendering the beach safe. Okay, there you go. Shark meat is called flake here. Interesting. Huh. Is it good? Felt like sandpaper. Yeah, I believe. I know what that's like. I wrestled somebody that had sandpaper-like skin. And, yeah, it was not good. Some Vietnamese guy. I used to wrestle. Jesse's the real wrestler. Boy, he tore me up. Anyway. It's like a sandpaper cartilage feel. Yeah, I can, somehow I can feel it. All right, folks, I'm going to call it here. James, thanks. Nordic, I know you were late tonight, but you came back. Thanks for being here, man. Sharing your passions for sharkage. Or whatever you were going to call it. I don't know. But I admire it. That's a good way to be. Rosemary. Everybody loves Rosemary. She's, ever since the Beetlejuice mention, total fan. Total fan, Rosemary. Got to see what this is going to look like. Byron, you're a blessed man. Keep that in mind. And thanks, Byron, for being in tonight. Not going off the road in your fancy Jeep. Do you even still have your Jeep? Are you still Jeeping? Are you driving the old 68 sedan or whatever? What do you got going on there, Byron? I'm glad you popped in, you and Rosemary. It's a pleasure. I enjoy the conversation. The laughs tonight were fantasticals. Thanks, James. And Squirrel Hermit and Zaddy, we're all thinking about you, Zaddy. And Squirrel, of course. And everybody else that joined us. Very appreciative. Those Vietnamese wrestlers will... I remember his name. His name was Lick Wo To. He had 2 brothers and a sister. And... yeah, I pounced on him, but man, you try to put him in some kind of hold and all this stuff going on. His skin was just like sandpaper, and it was ripping me to shreds wrestling him. Man, I told him too. I said, "What's going on? What's the matter with you?" Just like sandpaper. It's like a natural defense. Right? So I had a hell of a time with him. Pardon the French, but yeah, interesting. Oh, he's still jeeping, but currently snoring. Oh, he fell asleep. Is that what happened? All right, all right. Well, you tell him we gave him a call out here on the chat here tonight. He's probably snoring. He's probably exhausted. Anyway, Rosemary, Adora Moon, I'm looking forward to those pictures. I really am. That's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see them when you share them. Man. That's awesome. Beetlejuice Mania. And that's a freaking hobby room. Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you guys coming in tonight, Nordic. And anyone else, I probably missed folks, but anyway, you know who you are. I appreciate you guys, and I'm going to see you guys maybe tomorrow around the same time for some Castles and Crusades live action with Nordic and Kyle, myself, and Jesse. Maybe we'll see. Maybe someone else will pop in. We'll see. I'm not sure about that, but we might, just to make it funsies, because it's so funsies on here, isn't it? It's funsies. I love it. We'll see. But otherwise, I'm going to be back on Monday. Around the same time, we're going to be painting. I'm going to be finishing up these Russians and start the basing and the flags. It's going to be fun stuff. I can't wait. And Clyde, I can't forget Clyde. Clyde hung out from beginning to the very end. I appreciate it, Clyde, man. And keep painting the big green guy. I'm looking forward to seeing some pictures over on the Discord of what your progress is like. Looking forward to that. And poke him with a stick. Oh, don't poke Byron. Don't poke Byron. He's a hungry man when he wakes up. Not that I know, but I've heard the rumors. I still let sleeping bears lie. There will be castles and definitely some crusades. Nordic has foes to smite. Yeah, we'll see. All right, folks. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you soon. Till next time, folks, you guys, remember, hang in there. It's only going to get better. And we'll talk to you again soon. Toodaloos.